That's right. Getting ready to kick it off. Getting ready to kick it off. Horns back. We're back live on the big channel. Just giving a few more folk time to slide in. Happy New Year. Replay fam, live fam. We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it.
SuperMetaTech, the hero in the scene. DC gamer's dream, fighting off the fiend. Dust built up and fears the techie's bane. Blowing bursts of wind, he clears the mainframe.
Scalpers running scared, prices flatline. Boss try to creep, but he had some line. Heat waves vaporize under his shield. Waterfalls retreat, cool yet sealed. Metatech flying, circuits in the sky. Cash stain stash while it's satisfied. Building rigs easy, running games smooth. With Metatech around, got nothing to lose.
It's been a long year, y'all. It's been a very long 2024. And a very long 7 years as a content creator. But of course, quite naturally, I am, cheering and rooting for 7 more. Wouldn't be made possible without the dedicated members in the community, like yourself, those who might have took a minute out to join in and spend some of your New Year's Eve. The MetaTech fam, the Meta fam, still working on the branding there, but we here nonetheless. And we have a special, first ever, if you will, live stream. I may or may not be partaking behind the scenes. It's the holiday here stateside. But nonetheless, we're going to do it responsibly, quite naturally. It's going to loosen up a little bit here. Kind of go on a self-proclaimed rant, if you will. But that's what it is. Hello, what's going on? Man, it's been a minute since we've been live here on the big channel. We've been going live on the gaming channel because, well, going into 2024, part of my plan mission, if you will, get that, some new branding right there. Part of the brand mission was to experiment with a second channel. You know what I mean? And the gaming channel, the live streaming channel, it's doing pretty well. I'm excited about the progress we made over there. Our good moments, our bad moments. Same thing applies here, though, on the big channel, our SuperMetaTech channel, right? I've gone on a social media rant. Let me preface this show by saying this. I went on a social media rant and even was in communication with YouTube on Twitter and or X, whatever you want to call it. And they're telling me it's normal and these things here. But like I pointed out in that thread, shameless plug here. Follow me at inside, SuperMetaTech. But they told me this is like normal or to be expected, essentially. I'm roughly paraphrasing. And I'm like, no, it's not. Chat. SuperMetaTech world, listen. We lost like no cap, like 397 subscribers in December. I don't know. Could they have been purge counts? Sure. Could they have been, inactive accounts? Sure. Could they, could it have been by accident? I mean, I doubt that. But, all of those things are a possibility. But 397. I thought it was fitting to only talk about it for this live stream or for this live show special. And that's because, like I pointed out on that X thread to YouTube, I never experienced a subscriber, loss as sharp and sudden as the one I experienced in December. That's an all-time high. That's a record. All that stuff. You know what I'm saying? But it's all good. I appreciate, I'd appreciate the support even if I only had one subscriber. Okay? I'd still would create content, or 5 or whatever, 6, a handful, 2, 3, 4. You know what I mean? I still would enjoy creating content for 5 people as much as I did, let me say past tense, okay, for 4,500. But that's okay, though, because, like I said, man, I enjoy creating content, you know what I mean, for those that have already, you know what I mean, stuck with me since 2016 or 17. We're going on like 7 years here, y'all. 2025, April or something like that, will be 7 years I've spent on this platform as a content creator. 7 years. And I've enjoyed every single one of those years, every single one of those months, and creating content and recording and just planning, researching, all that stuff. Every single day of those 7 years. Okay? We did something similar to this. I think it was at the end of year 1, like my rookie season as a creator. And I think this is so much more impactful, given that where I am now as a creator, the production quality, the storytelling, just my skills as a creator has enhanced dramatically. You know what I mean? And I'm proud at the community. I'm proud with the channel that you all have helped us build. I'm proud to have such an awesome moderator like Mrs. Mod. Shout out to Mrs. Mod, right? Shout out to Mrs. Mod for being our only moderator since the very first live stream, y'all. You know what I'm saying? So I can't be more, thankful to have, a dedicated participant on the live stream. Like, what we have planned for this stream, y'all, to give it a little bit more time for a few more hairs to stroll in. But, I mean, what we have planned for this stream is to kind of highlight that journey. You know what I'm saying? Like, the fact that Mrs. Mod has saved us a few live streams. You know what I mean? Because either the mic was muted or there was some buffering action going on, or, you know what I mean, my nemesis showed up, those troll bots or whatever. You know what I mean? I mean, just having someone there to kind of just listen to the stream like a viewer and give you real-time feedback on how to make corrections is invaluable. And I'm glad to have, Mrs. Mod on the meta team, on the SuperMetaTech team. But again, I'm also very, honored to just have the opportunity to create content in front of an audience general, no matter what the size is, no matter how many people show up for a live stream, no matter how many views I get on a video, which we do pretty good here, better than I ever have within a 48-hour period. I remember a time when I would be excited just to get double-digit views, Mrs. Ma to tell you, when I first started doing YouTube, it wasn't like my first time putting content on the platform. Prior to my time as a tech content creator, I also developed and produced independent games. I managed an independent studio, ran and operated and owned an independent studio. And we created content around the game we created at the time and uploaded it to our YouTube channel. So I was no stranger to like the workflow process and even editing, because I edited all of the promotional material, you know what I mean, for that game. Sorry, you got a little sneak glimpse here, but I edited all that material for that game. Did all the video uploads, all that. And again, I'm proud to be able to have the opportunity to create content on this platform for, you know what I mean, PC gamers from all different walks of life. High end, enthusiasts, low end. It's truly an amazing, it's truly an amazing opportunity. You feel me? Every time I go into plan a video, I try to put a lot of thought into it. You know what I'm saying? Make sure the production is just right. We set a bar. We have a bar now, right? We have a bar. I've set it. And you'll find out here soon, very soon, as soon as we start the show. I just want to give a few more folks time to stroll in. This was going to be fun. If you're here now, or even my replay watchers, if ever there's a time now to introduce me as a content creator to some of your fam, now would be that time. This is a humiliating live stream. And only one that really is only fitting that I conduct, right? Now, we'll get to that. Maybe at the 10-year anniversary, right? Maybe at the 10-year anniversary. Maybe that's something we can do. But, you know what I mean? This is where we are with it. But some 220 plus videos, out of 220 plus videos I created, and I just want to add, I'm not bragging here by any stretch of the imagination. There are plenty of other creators who have also hit this milestone or hit this achievement. But out of 220 plus videos, I've edited, created the thumbnail, processed the metadata, all that, every single video, all on my own. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, hype crowd. But I did that. I'm proud of that. And I did it with the mindset that I serve an awesome community of gamers, tech enthusiasts, those who have interests but maybe don't have the means. I want to be that bridge. You feel me? And that's always been the mission for the content since day one, since the very first video I uploaded. Since the very first time I had, the mindset, you're like, you know what? I have a message to tell. It's time for me to go on a mission. I watched some of the bigger creators, much bigger than myself, okay, before I got started. You know what I mean? Y'all know who they are. I think the one that, made the biggest impression, though, was Brian over at Tech Yes City. Some of our viewers actually and subscribers actually kind of bleed over in a very fragmented sense because Brian's channel's much larger. But Tech Yes City, as a tech creator, was one of the creators where I said, man, and he's all the way down in Australia, but he was one of the creators where I said, you know what? I like this mission or this part of the gaming space. I was in a time where I was ready to get back into PC gaming because I was playing Mad Max and I hated it. I just straight up hated the experience. You know what I mean? But I followed those guys up to a certain point, because once I was ready to get started, I knew I had to walk this road alone. They weren't going to be there when I'm hitting record. They're not going to be there when I'm planning videos. They're not going to be there when I'm editing. They're not going to be there when, you know what I mean, I'm doing my metadata. They're not going to be there when I'm designing my thumbnail. Okay? I knew I was going to walk this journey as a creator all by myself. And I was prepared for that. Although it was something I never did. And for those of you, maybe even like building a gaming PC, but for those of you who has done something you never did before, and you were putting yourself out there as well, you know how nerve-wracking that can be, especially when we're talking about creating content on the biggest video platform on this planet Earth. Okay? YouTube. Yeah, we dabbled in Twitch, but for the most part, when it comes down to VODs, you can't go wrong on YouTube. It's the biggest video platform, some billions of videos uploaded every day. And I'm, proud to be some of those billion. I mean, we've over 100,000 views on this channel, and we're going to talk about arguably what would be considered my greatest hit, my current magnum opus, the best performing video I've ever uploaded on this channel. And, me being an overachiever and a borderline perfectionist, a part of me wanting to, kind of ignore the success of that piece of content because I feel like I can do it better. I could be more informative. The production could be tighter. The music the soundtrack can be better. The writing and the narration could also improve. Like, these are areas where, you know what I mean? I said, hey, I'm all for it. There goes my ugly mug right there. Oh, man, we have some stuff coming up. I'm telling you. But as I get ready, okay, I'm still trying to give more people time to roll in.
SuperMetaTech, the hero in the scene.
Before we get on to that part of the show,
Fighting off the feet.
and just, you know what I mean, going with the core format of this show. And I'm a little nervous because it's something I never did before,
Scalpers running scared, prices flatline. Boss tried to creep, but he had some line. Heat waves vaporize under his shield. Waterfalls retreat, cool yet sealed. Metatech flying, circuits in the sky. Cash staying stashed while it's satisfied.
But it's New Year's Eve 2024.
With Metatech around, got nothing to lose.
We're vibing right now, getting ready to start this show. That was the warm-up. Only SuperMetaTech Lab Tech with Terrence would have a 20-minute warm-up. I'm telling y'all, nervous, hyped, excited all at the same time. Is that possible? Nervous, hyped, and excited all at the same time. Again, I am partaking. If you are of age, please do it responsibly. Okay? Because I sure as hell am, and things are going to get a little bit different here. Because we are getting ready to kick it off with the core format of this show. Now, here's what we're going to do, chat. Okay? Here's what we're going to do. We are reacting to some of my first and worst videos. And we're going to start off with the first one, my first ever published video. I'm going to react to it. Mrs. Ma to tell you, thank God it's only 3 minutes, first of all. But Mrs. Ma to tell you, I haven't done this. Maybe on one video, maybe when I had to go back and reference something, but I never really had a reason to go back and reflect on my catalog up until now, y'all. Up until 2024. Hold on. Y'all know what we about to do. I'll go back in a second. But up until now, I never really had a reason to go back and reflect on this content. But here we are. And we about to definitely cook through the first ever video I published. Let's see something here really fast. This video was published 5 years ago, June 9th, y'all. June 9th. So we're about 5 years. I mean, the channel's older than that, but the first video went up June 9th. But June 19th, 2019. We all know what happened after that. So here we go. Super chats are welcome. I'll do something random and fun for them. Okay. I don't know what, but it'll be something random and fun. Definitely an SFW though. We're not on that though. No, not this channel. All right. All right, so here we go. Video number 1. This one's titled, I found this PC component for how much? And I'll give a little backstory on this video as it plays out. But here we go.
Hello, YouTube. Terrence here. Some exciting news. So currently I've been on the hunt for PC parts for the studio. So
what's
some
up,
of my
Sparta
favorite
Rules?
places to go are the Facebook Marketplace.
Still is.
And even offer up.
Still
just to
is.
name the two.
Facebook Marketplace
those two
is
sites
still
or
is.
applications offer the best bang for your buck as far as finding used and even sometimes new PC parts.
He's
that
not lying.
I can add to the studio inventory that will either help us create new builds or even upgrade the builds that we have now. So I was
And
able
I still
to
stick to
find
that
a
5 years
seller
later.
on the marketplace that was willing to part ways with a Corsair 750 watt.
That's a nice looking,
fully
that's a
modular
nice looking
power supply,
yeah.
brand new, never used, only open to test for $115. So
Hindsight being 2020, for the record, I would not pay that much money now for something like that. What's happening now? Thank you. One of my kids is live in the chat. Says happy birthday. Yes, it's my birthday, and I could cry if I want to. Y'all hate to love it, but thank you. Thank you, LT. All right. Oh, sorry, not LZ, Zion. Okay, much thanks, though. All right, and I don't even have this car. This is like 4 cars ago, and at least 2 houses ago, and I don't even own this shirt anymore. In hindsight, also being 2020, I would definitely not wear this shirt anymore or again. In a weird way, I do kind of miss it. But $115 for a Corsair power supply unit, I don't know. I would not do that again. 750 watts, or 750, yeah, 750 watts or not.
we're gonna go pick it up.
And he would have picked it up. Okay. Music is a little uninspiring.
So
Ew,
I
that
had to
transition
get
was
down there
nasty.
And had to make a quick pit stop because I almost forgot the most important component.
Coffee, I remember this.
Coffee.
Coffee, that's right. Yeah, for sure. Look at that. Zion, you might recognize this location.
So the
Oh.
trip went fantastic.
Oh my
I went and
God.
met the guy. He actually lived literally 5 minutes from where I grew up here or in my neighboring home state. So that was pretty cool. Guy
Yo, I apologize right now for this cat's audio. It's bad. I mean, the backdrop is nice, but if you if you notice, I will count the views in a second. I think it said 74. But if you notice, ain't nobody point out the fact that I had some loose change back there in the back. What's that, like $1? And that's my change after buying a power supply unit. But that's some loose change in the back. And y'all might recognize that computer back there. That's Snow White, y'all. Now, I made Snow White before I started making content. You know what I mean? So Snow White existed before the YouTube channel. I just didn't document the first time I built it. And it was hell. I'm not even going to kid you. Like, I bought an SSD used, and the user told me it was formatted and ready to go, but it wasn't. So I had to, you know what I'm saying, find a workaround and just clear the SSD, and it was a mess for a first-time builder. But I learned a lot, and a lot of what I learned building Snow White for the first time, I still apply now in the business, y'all. But damn, man, I wonder what that change in the background is killing me. What is that, a cup? And the audio, I'm sorry now, but the audio is garbage, and we'll get to that in a second, because there's a whole nother story behind why the audio is effed up. And I'm not kidding you. Stick around for that, because that story is wild. If you know, you know. Viewers like Sparta Rules and maybe WACD, Bad Habit, a lot of, you know, viewers who are around somewhere around this time coming up, oh, you'll know, because I talked about it a lot in a few different live streams. So, oh yeah, you'll know. But damn, this audio is horrible.
It was great. Showed me the power supply unit before we
look
made
at that. Look at that down at the bottom. Damn, bro, the disclaimer. I know y'all can't see it because I'm kind of in the way, but at least I had the wherewithal. This is my first effing video. And at least I had the wherewithal to put that little disclaimer down at the bottom, apologizing for how bad the audio was. But I didn't really say that, because I said apologies on the audio. External mic was unavailable. The external mic wasn't unavailable. It didn't exist. Stop. Okay, stop. Continue. But damn, he tried though.
Transaction, and he actually told me that he also had a 360 millimeter radiator, so EK. So if anybody's looking, comment down below. So yeah, 750
first video,
watt,
y'all. First video.
Power supply.
Oh my, look at that.
It was a little
beautiful shot.
That it doesn't have the extra 8-pin connector for, say, my Z90
6-pin.
board.
Making mistakes in the first video.
So what I'm likely going to do is use this power supply, this 750 watt Corsair power supply for.
Is that a GTX 570 or 970 back there? This color tint is the worst, by the way. I apologize 5 years later for how bad this color grading was. Holy bruh. But it's funny because I still shoot like this. If you watch some of my most recent stories and videos, you'll notice a similar style, right? But for the record, I ended up not using this damn power supply unit until maybe a year ago.
Or a separate build that I'm actually going to document. And with Ryzen 3000 around the corner, I'm thinking
Ryzen 3000. Ryzen 3000 right around the corner, y'all.
I should wait. If not, we have a titanium MSI Z270 titanium motherboard.
That motherboard, y'all, man, listen, rant time. I bought that motherboard. Mrs. Mod is my witness. I bought that motherboard off Amazon before I got into the building stage. I made that mistake that I like to help others not make. And I ain't playing my damn build. And I ended up with a $200 and over $300, Mrs. Mod, over $300 paperweight that sat for a very long time. As you can see, even at the time I started shooting video. So I had it for a hot minute prior to that. But you know what I mean? Listen, that motherboard sat for a while. I ended up selling it for maybe 75% less than what I bought it for. It was a horrible investment, and I never end up using this 7700K because I learned, Ryzen had came out, and eventually I went with that. But man, oh man, let's continue. We're almost done with this one.
That we compare with, say, an i5 7600K, and that would make for a pretty awesome 4K gaming rig or a 4K editing rig. Not with an i5. obviously.
Obviously not with a
Comment down
9.5. Oh,
below.
that cut was
Be on the
rough.
lookout for the next video. And if you're a first-time visitor to this channel, please subscribe, hit the notification bell, comment below. Be on the lookout for more deals like this. Catch you again.
That was my first ever video. As a creator, they'll tell you your first video is your worst video, but the idea is to keep going and get better like 1% or marginally just improve with each and every video. 227 videos. I'm still a little rough around the edges, but you know what I mean? Damn, it ain't as bad as this. The background was stale. I mean, you got objects that don't belong, a stack of papers, and the audio was garbage. But I mean, that's my first video. If I were to rate this video out of 10, I'd have to give it a 5 out of 10. I think the story was good. Could have elaborated a little bit more. It was short, and that's a good thing because your first video should be short. It's 3 minutes long. But not bad. 5 out of 10. The technical issues were just hard to overcome. There were also some informative mistakes made as well. So could have improved in that area. But I would say not bad for my first ever video uploaded 5 years ago in 2019. 74 views. All right. So gearing up here. This video too. This is a good one, y'all. I've talked about this video or this piece of content in several different live streams. And I'll just let the video speak for itself. You know what I'm saying? And again, fair warn, I mean, just kind of partially ignore the audio. That intro. This is when intros were a thing, y'all. Intros are not a thing on YouTube anymore. We were also inside
YouTube and good people of the internet. Welcome back to the lab. Today I bring to you a
fuzzy background. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, cook.
Project on a deal I recently grabbed on OfferUp. Now, let me give you a
Tech said gangster monitor, test monitors on a gangster lean. That was translation for I forgot to straighten it up before I hit record, along with I apparently hit focus. My goodness, look at this background. Oh, dear goodness. Okay, keep going.
a little bit of insight on this deal before we get started.
I don't know what happened there or how I even missed that or what happened there. I don't know what this is. Why is this here? This is not part of this shot. Okay, $40 gaming computer, y'all. That joint worked, but God, man, you ain't see this video.
Started. Now, the seller was unsure, first of all, if the computer would even turn on or if the computer would boot. So that was the first obstacle or hurdle I had to consider. And the second being that she didn't even know what was inside of the chassis or what was inside.
Yeah, this was a weird buy right here.
Completely in the blind.
This was a weird buy. I was talking to this seller for a while. This is when OfferUp was a thing. OfferUp isn't a thing anymore, but this is when OfferUp was a thing, and I was talking to the seller for a while. They were so sketchy, fam. I had to hit him with the "Can you meet me at the Troop 2 barracks?"
$40 gamble that I figured, hey, why not? This could be a great opportunity to show you guys how to not only disassemble a computer, but also disassemble a computer to clean one. So on the topic of clean, there was only one picture available of the item, and
never buy a computer with only one picture, by the way. At least ask for more. Don't do what this guy did.
Wow, did it tell a story on itself. I mean, this thing was just not clean. I mean, this thing needed some work. It was not clean. I had to use gloves. I took a shower afterwards.
I did take a shower after this video.
Pretty. It was a $40.
You can see it in my face. What happened?
Not clean. I mean,
look at the face.
This thing needed some work.
it was not
Look,
clean.
watch
I
this,
had
y'all.
to use gloves.
I
had
cut
to
right back to
shower
it.
afterwards. Yeah, it just was not very.
Yo, if I effed up had a face, this is it right here. It was not clean. This computer still makes me nauseous to this day thinking about it.
Pretty. It was a $40 gamble, and I figured, why not? It's well worth the risk, especially if it does work and we can extract some sweet, sweet, ultra low, ultra entry level price.
Only thing you was getting out of that was an ultra level damn disease.
Put her through the ringer and see if she turns on.
Getting 8 ads every 20 minutes is actually
Wow,
diabolical.
that cut.
High. The ad blocker.
That cut was rough. Oh yeah. I don't know what we're looking at because it's not in focus, by the way. In case we're just fast forward. This is not in focus, but this was me montaged, and I still use that blower, by the way. 5 years later, that blower is still blowing strong. It is though. Taking apart, I mean, this thing was gross, y'all. It was gross. I should have power washed that deck. Look at the inside of that thing. It was so bad. It was so bad. It was like mouse droppings coming out of there, sunflower seeds. I think I talk about it a little bit in this video, but damn, it was so bad. And that was just like electrical cleaner I was spraying on it because it needed something to get the gunk. And when I tell you it was gunk on there, I mean, it was gunk. You see, I'd convert to using gloves. That's how nasty it was. My man bust out the latex because, yeah, I didn't want to, you know what I'm saying? I didn't want, and that was our little friend Cody there, not a random person. But man, I am getting sick right now, just having like PTSD with cleaning this computer out. Look at that. You kind of could see it, right? You kind of can see it. Look at that right there. Like it. I mean, that was in. You know what I mean, I was hot that I even put it in the house before I cleaned it. I bought it at nighttime. I was super tired. You know what I mean? I got off work. I had to drive about 35, 40 minutes to just meet the person. But I did it for the content. But you can see the gunk at the bottom of the screen. Gross. And I am getting sick just thinking about it. But thank goodness we're just about done. You kind of can see what we were able to salvage from this computer. I will tell you not a whole lot, but this is a technique I never really do, especially with the fade and the black.
2, I believe it is. We're moving on to phase 3.
That's our little friend Cody
These
there
are the
again.
parts I was able to salvage. You have a 1 terabyte Seagate hard drive, 250 gigabyte hard drive, network.
You can hear it in my voice. You can hear the stress in my voice. That it totally how I started is differently than, you know, at least when I got to this point. This is after we got through all that nasty shit. And before I actually had a chance to see if, you know what I mean, if anything worked.
Card,
But
AM3 motherboard, and what looks like a phenomenal.
subscribe. Still ask y'all to subscribe. Still definitely subscribe, though, for sure.
Move on to the next phase.
Look at that old 560 Ti.
GTX graphics card.
560.
Single blower shroud. And
No, but it is a blower, my man.
Pull out the
Old
LG,
ODD.
ODD drive or ocular disk drive.
Optical color.
That really has me peaked because it has a Blu-ray. It can read Blu-ray discs. So hoping that works too. I know not a lot of people use the ODD, but still nice to have.
You're down with
legacy
ODD.
builds.
This guy.
And we're gonna go ahead and move.
I kind of like this part of the video. I'm not gonna lie. This part, I remember this track. And this is when we powered it on for the first time, right? That beat's sick though. OSS. Look at that internet, man. Listen, I was hyped when we saw that it was actually, you know what I'm saying, it working. As you can see here, look at that Fortnite. That thing cooked Fortnite, y'all. 79 average FPS, 60 minimum. That little beater, that little $40. I mean, it's not the same GPU, but you know what I'm saying. This is the 1050 Ti. Little CS:GO. If you want to get and play some CS:GO in this little $40 trash can. Had to show how we acquired those numbers. Again, this is only video number 2. This is only my second video. Little Dota in the house. I mean, that was playable at the time, 5 years ago. This might not hold up the same, obviously. That CPU, man. Old Phenom 2. Warframe. I mean, you can run Warframe with just about anything. That joint was hot.
And
there you have it, like the video. Definitely
now,
like the
while
video.
I'm glad and relieved and shocked and just overall just thrilled
And
that
exhausted.
the system was able to boot and I was able to install Windows and install some games, it's difficult for me to recommend
essentially
the system, at least in its current.
It was essentially a playable computer. You know what I mean? All things considered, it was playable. I mean, I had to switch out to the 1050 Ti, and that was because it just didn't work, but I think I talked about that in this video.
It's a CPU bottleneck, and especially at 1920 by 1080p.
Right,
And
this monitor has a
1050
weird
Ti,
resolution.
so
And a little bit of fun fact, my daughter still uses this monitor to this day. And I bought this monitor on a documented, or maybe it was an undocumented used PC part hunt. The seller threw it in essentially for free. Like, this wasn't even the targeted buy here. You know what I'm saying? But this monitor is actually a pretty decent monitor, but it has a weird resolution. It's 1900 by 1200p. But yeah, man, HDMI and all that good stuff, and it rotates too. So not a bad monitor. I used it for a while, as you can see, when we were just starting out. Budget was tight, fam. You know what I mean? Budget was tight. The door is open here. I don't know what's going on. There's a lot going on back there.
I could have threw in the 280X to maybe see if we got a better performance, but goes to say that on
we would not have gotten more
performance. I mean, every game ran smoothly, all but the exception of Dota 2 that couldn't quite hit the 60 FPS mark. And during the benchmark
again,
sessions,
that audio,
every other title,
man, that audio
just ran smooth, ran perfectly.
The music is dope, man. I wish I could just play the music and not me talking, but you know what I mean. The audio is so bad. But again, this is video number 2.
Or a hardware review, as much as this was a does it work guide and will it turn on review. It goes to show that there's still great value in legacy platforms such as AM3.
That was a beautiful
and
shot.
Older that would just give it a little bit of work, and if you can hustle a little bit and find these
oh
deals
man, that
in
Red
your
Square
area,
makes
and
another
prices
cameo.
will vary because we're all in different places of the internet. With a little bit of work, one could get into PC gaming at.
I will say that I remember shooting this video, and I had to come back and shoot the rest of it because I have ran into a technical issue and didn't notice it until long after the fact. So I had to go back and reshoot the whole entire end of the video. You can kind of notice a slight change.
With a little bit of work, one could get into PC. These deals in your area, and prices will vary because we're all in different places of the internet. With a little bit of work,
even the monitor position and everything changed, and I'm out of frame because I had to go back and reshoot the end of this video. It had no
price point or price tag.
Rookie mistake.
You can download any of these games today. They're all free to play, and you also have room to.
Another reason why I'm probably out of focus
and
and not cropped.
On the subject of monitoring games,
wow,
I just
this
want to
video is
point
so
out
bad.
that there is a downside to running older platforms such as this. They don't have the SE3 instruction set that is an Intel thing, by the way.
Ooh, this audio is so bad.
Found on anything second, third generation on up. But SSSE3 stands for the Supplemental Streaming SIM Extension. It's just simply not there. That's just something to consider. That being said, this system still has slight headroom.
The editing was very rough towards the end of this video, and I was just trying to get it out. But you can tell it's not.
Let me know. You can throw in.
You can tell I was over it by then.
6-core, 6-thread Phenom processor, and hopefully that would alleviate the bottleneck, put more load on the GPU, and then even push out more frames and possibly even get over the 60 FPS target mark that we want for games like Dota 2.
The CPU bottleneck was
and requires you to move a lot of parts on the screen and what have you. We can also throw in an SSD, which would boost and improve system response time, system load time, and overall performance. Now, again, get some pretty. That'll be all for this one. I hope you enjoyed this video as much as I enjoyed cleaning this $40 PC. If you're new to the channel, please feel free to subscribe at any time. Rock the notification bell, in the words of LL, to be alerted to.
For those of you who didn't get that reference, LL Cool J came out with an old song called Rock the Bells back in the day. And that was a horrible, I don't know what that was.
Any new content and videos that we roll out of the channel, they are rolling, they are just rolling a little slow or not as fast as we would like.
So, I said not as fast as we would like. The first video dropped, this one was June 9th. And what was the other one? It won't tell us here. That's the worst. June 9th. Oh, that's because I had to I had to re-upload this video on the same damn day. This video has haunted me, like, I mean, just to this day. From the way it looked, you know what I mean? But this one, too, is a shorty.
What's going on?
And, wow. I mean, it's New Year's Eve, but is this Kyler as drunk as you right now? Okay, I check for these kind of things now, for the record, okay? I check for these kind of things. And oh, there goes my cat, Piper. Piper makes a few cameos in this video. Oh, I miss our cat.
Comic book fans and YouTube and the internet.
That mic is still horrible. But look at that beautiful kitty right there. And I genuinely messed up there, but I thought it'd be interesting to leave it there for whatever reason. But I genuinely did mess up right there.
What's going on, comic book fans and YouTube and the internet? What's going
That was a genuine F up that I left in.
on, comic book fans and lab rats all over the internet and YouTube?
Lab rats.
Welcome back to the channel. If this is your first time stopping by, thanks for stopping by and checking out this video that we presented for you today. Today's upload features a theme-based system that hits
What is that going on down there in the bottom of the screen?
just as hard and fast as the comic book character counterpart that it is inspired off of. Now,
Man, the beginning to this is rough.
we'll be breaking down one
It's about as rough as this audio.
system and transferring a few core components
There goes my daughter when she's much younger.
over into the new chassis. What we're left with is a great system that delivers on both aesthetics and performance, as you'll see here in a moment. Spoiler alert!
Spoiler, that audio is so bad. I mean, just a little context here. This is actually Mrs. Mod's gaming PC. And believe it or not, she still uses it in its current form. It works for her, at least in its current form. She is due for a few upgrades, but this PC exists in its exact form. I think minus Mrs. Mod, we had to replace the SSD failed. We did a video on that too, but the SSD failed, and that's the only part we've replaced. Everything else inside this computer is actually still, to this day, the same, and it handles predominantly Fortnite is what Mrs. Mod plays, and other games that aren't too graphically demanding. But it still exists in its current form.
I'll only be doing the former and not the latter, as our featured guest, my partner and educator, is going to be handling most of the heavy lifting as she transfers over the components from
Shout
one
out to
system
Mrs. Mod.
into another. So without further delay, let's get right into it. Let's break down and build us up some PCs. But first, roll that intro.
No.
You're now inside the lab. Turn on your computers and download the app. This is the channel for PC.
What?
We got other channels the same, man. You need some help with an issue, I text to get you right. Services out of this world, therefore it's out of sight. If you a gamer, this is where you need to be. Put you right in line with building supremacy. We in the lab.
Damn right.
Now, as I start breaking down this case, let's quickly go over the parts that is in.
Breakfast over there to the left. Is that a broom handle? 2 broom handles and a blue cup. This is bad, y'all. This is bad.
Side. Now, starting with the case, it's the P400S Vantex Eclipse.
Oh, I missed this case. This case eventually got eventually used, and we just got rid of it. But this case is one of my favorite cases to build in, to use. Love me some
ATX mid-tower case, ASRock B350 Pro 4 ATX AM4 motherboard, GTX 750 Ti 2GB video card, a 1,000 watt EVGA power supply unit, which is a lot for this system, but
it is a
bear with me,
real
friends,
lot
I
for
was
the system.
in the process of possibly going with 1080 Ti SLI for this particular
1080 Ti SLI. For what?
configuration, but quickly detracted once some of the newer Pascal and Turing cards came out. Ryzen 5 1600X 6-core 12-thread CPU.
It's all in the wrong
and then that's
spot.
where the new
This
parts
is all
the Rex
off.
Gear Micro ATX case, Asus TUF B350.
This audio is so bad, y'all. I can't believe it. This is the 3rd video ever published on this damn YouTube channel, though. But that's still a beautiful looking motherboard. But look at all this going on here in this area here. Some beautiful shots, though.
Supply unit.
Iron Man flexing in the background for some reason. Mrs. Mod in the house. Mrs. Mod in the chat, building the computer, y'all. Little camera shake stutter there. Some dishes in the background. This video had so much more potential. It looked really good. I think I was still shooting on my T6i at the time. I shoot mirrorless now, but I was shooting on the Canon camera at this time. And that's part of the hint at why the audio was so bad. Stick around for the climax of that story. But you hear this garbage audio?
She made sure to save the best part or the best component for last. And while it was a small investment, and literally small investment, it really complemented the color scheme on the entire.
It did, but nothing's complimenting this audio. Well, maybe the production. Not me, because I'm still out
It's
of
up and
focus.
running, I installed Windows.
Look at Mrs. Ma jumping that motherboard. Let's go. Oh, that's a rough pan up. But she did it, though. Look at that. I mean, we got into the BIOS. This video was fun. It was short. And for it to be my 3rd video, I really enjoyed shooting this and doing this video. We had to bust, we went on our dining room table because we just needed a lot of space. I was transferring components over from one PC to another. It was the first time ever I had did that. And this was video number 3, the 3rd video. That's Mrs. Mob with her early education class from back in the day. Old 750 Ti, you know what I mean? Once everything was good, you know what I mean? She did her thing, though. I mean, shout out to Mrs. Mob, building her PC. And again, still use this PC to this day. Only thing we've done is maintenance it, you know what I mean? Clean the dust out, but it still exists in its current form. We haven't changed anything. That is the power of PC gaming, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Console players can say what you want, and consoles have a purpose. PCs have character, consoles serve a purpose. But you tell me, if you can run a console from 5 years ago and it play as good as this gaming PC. And this has a 750 Ti and a Ryzen 5 1600X. But super fun to shoot this video.
Spectrum history of comic booking. If this is your first time to the channel, consider liking this video and subscribing on your way out. Hit the notification.
His collar is so distracting, yo. I can't stop looking at his collar. The computer is nice in the background, but I can't stop looking at this dude's collar, though. Be easy. Be easy. Look at that. Third video in, and we was saying be easy then. We still saying be easy now. 5 years later, but Mrs. Ma building that PC was one of the funnest things, you know what I mean, I've done so far on this channel. We're going to skip over top myths debunked because that was just me like playing the game. These two videos here tell an interesting story, you know what I mean? Especially this one here. This was another part I picked up, and this was at the time when these test bitches were so popular, and I wanted one so bad. Speaking of deals, I have one. So here's the deal. Speaking of deals, okay, I have one here. This is our fourth video in. I just want to say that most creators, most people who start creating content on this channel, and man, this is the realest I've ever said. Most of the people who create content on this platform, they quit after 5 videos. I am at video number 4 right now, or essentially 5. This is the 5th video. I'm not really going to include the me talking one because I didn't go on camera. That was experimental. But technically, this is the 4th video I've shown my face on camera. And you can tell in the 5th video that I wasn't quite sure, you know what I mean, or it wasn't as confident as I was in the first video. For a Lian Li testbed T60B, practically brand new, that I picked up on the Facebook market. 40 USD. Let's talk about it. But before we jump in, this video is served up courtesy of the subscribe button and notification bell. Man, be sure to hit them both on your way out. What's going on, internet, YouTube? Welcome back to the channel. Where is my background? Stopping by and checking out this video today. As I mentioned before, I went on a light parts hunt and was able to find a Lian Li T60B test bed that the seller was asking for $40. Now, that's a steal within itself. I guess at the time these were going for like 100 maybe. Lived a little bit of ways from me, about 27 miles. 27 miles. I don't remember driving that far. Right, I didn't. If I had drove to pick up this item, it really wouldn't have been much of a my deal cost. $10. I saved money. So yeah, for sure. His asking price of $10. I would do that again today. Just to ship it to me, in my opinion, wasn't a lot. It was well worth it. I would have spent more money. Talk about it. If I had drove to his location to pick up the item. So to me, $10, I actually end up saving money. So altogether, it was a grand total of $50. But oh snap! Not the cash register sound effect. Some of the sound effects. We're back in 2019 for real. I call them Amazon, Newegg, and eBay. You'll see here that I was able to 78. I was wrong. Savings of between 80 USD, 50 to $80, somewhere in between there. I mean, with the exception of eBay's listing prices, which are just ridiculous. Look at that, 180. I wouldn't dare 195 $150 from Japan for this item where you can get it on Amazon, which is the right $100. Okay, so I wasn't wrong. I was right about not being. So I was wrong about not being right. Able to save some money. Able to upgrade my current test bed that I was using, which was literally hit the wrong button. Box, but it served its purpose. I'm actually kind of. It was a cardboard box, and I'm still sad. So with that said, to see it go, I'm gonna go ahead and build. What's up, LT? Rock out to some music, and after all done, we're gonna talk about it, and also we're gonna talk about what comes next. So hang tight, grab your. That is the old one. Building, yes, it is. Grab your test. No, that's the old one I used to use. Okay, a little transition. Look at all that goodness in the background. Okay. I still like this joint right here, though, playing in the background. This montage is actually pretty sick. Now, there's some parts in the background now. Oh, that smoke. I like that. I like the edit in this joint. All right, so far this has to be one of my favorite old school edits right here. This edit is fire. There's a lot going on in the background. Yeah, I like this edit, y'all. I had a fun time building. It was super easy. You can see I have the instructions on my right side, so they're right next to me, but you know what I mean? All of those parts in the background were eventually used. Even all the way down to the cases, they were eventually used. You know what I'm saying?
And there you have it, Lab Rats. She is
Lab
all
Rats.
done. The Leanne Lee T60 TB.
Look at them aerial shots, y'all. I still incorporate. I still do a lot of these shots, and I still have that blue. I have all three of these same totes right here on that left side of the screen. I got it the way so you can get a good view, but I still have all three of those containers. I still use them. Mrs. Mott, one in the chat. One in the chat. If not, these are all three right here, still on my right side. And I utilize them all three still to this day. As LT says, look at Piper for sure. Piper making a cameo, then Piper makes a cameo 5 years later, and Piper is essentially still with us. Shout out to all the cat lovers. Cats are great, and they're a PC gamer's best friend for sure.
Great build quality. I mean, with the exception
Great
when
build
I first
quality.
took everything out, I was a little concerned because the screws
Fell out.
were not
I remember this.
individually, packaged or
They
individually
weren't.
wrapped.
They all just fell out.
With that said, though, they all were there. I just want to clarify.
Looping the-
they all were there. I understand buying on the used
Hold on.
market.
Looping the music like that is some rookie right there. I'm gonna be very honest with y'all. Like, I am not a fan of 720p. Holy shit. I am not a fan of looping background music, and I don't know why I even did this in the fourth video. I might have been getting desperate at this point. Again, I was rounding that corner of dangerously getting ready to quit and throw the towel away.
Fairly
What
easy
happened there?
again.
What was up with those eyes?
Literally one state over. It was a risk I was willing to take. But had the hardware not have been there, I would have been in a world of trouble. Building
Really?
was fairly easy again.
And I remember because I looked it up in case I needed some extra screws or something, and then I couldn't. Yeah, he's right. This Lab is right. World of trouble.
Some of the hardware was missing, but it turns out the seller, he just left them.
And that's why.
To some of
And that's why I started looking for some of the screws, because I thought some were missing, but I found them, and I was starting to get a little nervous, and I thought maybe, hey, well, in the event I need to order some more screws, then, you know what I mean, how could I go about doing that? And it was just a dead end. And this monitor right here, I ended up using this monitor. I think that's a TV. I'm not quite sure. But this is the old setup before we added like any of the live streaming material, the background, you know what I mean? Before we started live streaming, that's what part of the studio looked like. You know what I mean? But assembling this test bed was fun.
Cost somewhere between the tune of $20 to $30. So it was essentially an add-on that I picked up.
This track is sick. That's why I looped it probably. I'm going to go ahead and go on the limit to say that's why I looped this track, because this track is actually kind of sick. I ain't going to lie. I would use it now. If I could find it, I sure would. I would use it now. All right, let's power through this. We're almost done. I mean, this one was pretty straightforward.
Looking forward to putting hardware on there. On the subject of hardware, be on the
Whoa. The hell was that?
subject of hardware, be on the look test bed. Watching me. I hope you enjoy watching me build our new studio test bed. Looking forward to putting hardware on there. On the subject of hardware,
Wow,
be on
that
the
cut
lookout for
was
part 2 of this video.
Wow.
As I take what seems to be one of my favorite parts in the lab, the
Look at me
LGA
previewing some
1366.
LGA 1366.
versus a $24 CPU. Most of you might know what that is, but for those who don't, you're just going to have to wait and find out next week. Tune in for this next episode of Inside the Lab. Nah, that's horrible. I know you're saying episode of Inside the Lab. Find out next week what that is, but for those who don't, you're just going to have to wait and find out next week. Tune in for this next episode of Inside
the lab. Nah, that's horrible. That's that 2019 humor. I don't know. I can't tell if I was being for real or not in this video, to be very honest with you. But this might have been my attempt at, what I call humor, if you will. But damn, that was so bad. 1000 Navi, a lot of good things are coming to the hardware scene. And this is going to be good for us friends and us folks on a budget, because if we can't afford new, then the used market could be our best bet, and there could be a flood of first generation Ryzen. Let's go. With the B350
better cook.
or B450 or X370 or
Right,
X470
right,
or X570
right.
or X590. You'll have some upgrades.
Somebody get that man a hat.
Start on a sub
Somebody get that
$300,
man a chef
$400
hat.
budget, and then slowly work your way up as your finances improve, or as you save up more money and you want to continue to invest in your experience, or you
Man,
want to
listen.
continue to invest in your productivity station or your productivity rig. Other than that, lab rats, that'll be all for this one. Be sure to like this. Other than him calling y'all lab rats, I agree with everything he just said. We're saying that right now, man. In 2025, we there yet? No. But in all of 2024, we were saying this, man. All of 2024. That's been the message. And it's going to be the message going into 2025. Can't stop. We won't stop. But this is officially video number 5. And I struggled to the moon to build this PC. Okay? It's interestingly enough, though, that on this test bed, we started with a GTX 1080 Ti. And I paid, at the time, I still remember, $1,100 and about $80 for that graphics card. Ridiculous. At the time, though, I'd do it again. This was the first GPU tech demic. Okay? Before things really went haywire after 2019. But you can hear it in my voice. You can see it in my expression. The framing's bad. The background's bad. What is that, a dream catcher? A window frame with no window? Those Post-it notes have horrible formatting. What is that? Why are they placed like that? Shouldn't they be uniform? Why is it? They're just in one spot. And then picture frames, hollow picture frames back there. Something's clearly not right with this scene. Okay? If you see it, don't say nothing, but something is clearly not right with this scene. Something's not going to be right with the audio, I'm telling you right now. So y'all just, whatever. Whatever, right now. You know what I'm saying? But the frames with no pictures. Oh my God! Listen to this. Listen. Wow. Where's all the hype? Where's the excitement? I like that shirt though. The collar's not drunk. As I install them on the rig, but today we're going to be adding some of the key components to the T60B test bed. That's going to set us up for the part 3. Yo, this audio is so potato. That's final in French, I think. And that 60B test bed that's going to set us up for the part 3 benchmark grand finale. That's final in French. Some of the key components to the T60B test bed that's going to set us up for the part 3 benchmark grand finale. That's final in French. I don't even think that's final in French. But before we jump in, this video is served up courtesy of the subscribe button and notification. That ain't even final in French. Can somebody fact check with how you say final in French? I'm pretty sure that dude is lying. Whoa, it is so blurry. It's so out of focus. My eyes hurt. Oh, that audio. Listen to how depressed I sound. This was some rough times for us during this time. I will say that we had some personal things going on the day I shot this. I never forget.
1600 megahertz.
But you can hear it in my voice, the audio being so bad.
And I'm going to put them in dual channel configuration, which just means two memory sticks for both DIMMs.
I don't know about this.
Good to the aesthetics match. I don't know if the camera can really pick that up. But
No, it cannot.
the blue, but memories
Oh my
installed.
goodness.
Now let's get it installed onto the chassis. Drop that in there.
I mean, I appreciate the style I try to do this at, but 15 minutes is wild for your fifth video, by the way. Fifth video, 15 minutes.
Turn the socket the other way, so actually tighten.
I still use that screwdriver, by the way. Man, that's one of my favorite tools. I still use this screwdriver.
Upgraded. I likely say either with a high core count Ryzen 3000 CPU or
Look at that 3900X, $499, comparable to a 9900K.
X770 or X370.
Good old.
There's really no need to go X570 or even X590.
No,
X's for that matter.
well,
You can go to 350.
you could still go B550 if you want. And B350.
Alright. Motherboard's installed to the chassis.
Another fun fact. My daughter was introduced to PC gaming on this CPU and motherboard. So once I was essentially done and ready to move on to the next thing in terms of the content, you know what I mean? Put a brand new 750 watt G3 power supply unit on there. I mean, I don't know. That's a lot. But my daughter was introduced to PC gaming on this motherboard and CPU, and she used it for quite a while until until we upgraded into what she uses now, which is a part of the catalog. That's just what we do. We repurpose, we reutilize, and just because components are old around here, we say that doesn't mean that they're obsolete. But I'm just kind of breaking down. I just kind of wanted to point out that you can see from my fifth video. I mean, this is going back and looking at it. I don't think I would have published this damn video. I don't think I would have published this video. I think I would have reshot this video. The audio is god awful. Look at it. No, it didn't change. It didn't get better. Yeah, it's turned up at a consistent value. It's low. It's just because it's low. It's horrible.
I too picked this up on it.
That was a genuine expression, by the way.
Not even any dust particles, but this is going to go.
I mean, the audio is so bad.
This cooler supports.
I guess I'm too far away from the camera. Definitely hit the subscribe button and notification bell. Wait, that's about the best thing out this video. Definitely hit the subscribe button and notification bell for me. And it still does.
Hey, I really enjoy the content.
How many likes did this video get? 14.
Not great.
Let's make 15.
I can live with not being great because greatness takes time to develop. Nobody's born being great at anything unless you're like one of those other guys. It's just not me.
I agree. I agree. Totally agree. But that cut was rough too. Look at this. There's a lot going on at this table, chat. Those of you who just tuned in, you are joining the New Year's Eve reaction stream. No longer a mystery. Y'all know what we're doing. We are reacting to some of my first and worst videos of all time. If you're able to, partake responsibly. I am behind camera and behind scene. And as my son slightly docks me, it's also my birthday. Now we're cooking with fire. I still say cooking with fire, by the way.
Use the Noctua. And just gonna
Putting thermal paste, but I don't show putting the thermal paste on. This video arguably has to be one of my worst videos in my catalog. And I say worst because the story was not that strong. I don't even think it performed well. Well, 225 views. It's actually better than the first video I published. Although the first video I published was actually a re-upload, and I lost a lot of views because I had to take it down because something wasn't right. Technical difficulties really hurt, you know, the success of my channel early on. If I'm being 100% transparent with y'all on this stream tonight, one of the reasons why I focus on having a strong technical, you know what I mean? I mean, hell, I don't even have to mute it. The damn audio is so low. But one of the reasons why I focus and emphasize on trying to have such a strong, you know, technical presence with the content from lighting to audio, because as you can see, it really stunted my growth early on, and it cost me viewers, it cost me subscribers, it cost me growth, you know what I mean? It really did. And going forward, once I realized I was making a mistake, I knew I had to change it. And I'm still dropping screws, by the way. That's a beautiful tie. I love that graphics card. I still love that graphics card. I'm mad I got rid of it. I would buy another one. But, man, beautiful card, even when it's turned on. Speaking of turning on, should we just turn on the test? This is the first ever we turned on the test bed. And that motherboard, that LGA 1366, had a onboard power button. So cool. Very high-end board, especially for its time. Real high-end board. There we go. I mean, obviously everything was good. I like this camera angle, but wow, like day and night. So you can tell I had to stop and get back into it again. Technical and, you know, continuity issues really haunted the content early on, man. Even if the story is salvageable here at 13 minutes, it's hard to get through with it. But this montage is sick, though. Watch this montage cook. The montage audio is not as bad. Right, though. Tell me that John didn't cook. Tell me that John didn't cook.
And watching part 2 of this test bed series. Now, again, if you're not a subscriber, go ahead and subscribe.
Tell me that, John. Definitely go ahead and subscribe. Listen, y'all.
Part 3, which will deal with all
go ahead and be a subscriber
that will pair this
of the SuperMetaTech, as you saw, formerly inside the lab. But that was what, 1, 2, 3, 4. That was the 5th video I showed my face on. And what, you know, a wild ride it was. You know what I mean? This PC here we built was for a local business, but this Xeon story here, it's much shorter, much more impactful. It's actually the video I met and linked up with Brian from Tech Yes City on. He thought, you know, I did a good, you know, pretty decent job. And as you can see, this video here, 4.9 thousand views, still a lot, although it's 5 years later. I mean, this is one of my favorite videos. One of my favorite videos. No console. Look at the console bots invading the stream. No, whatever. Let's get y'all up out of here.
$25 CPU and a GTX 1080 Ti sounds as crazy as it actually is, especially if you already know the numbers. But for those
Okay.
who don't, I'm going to run
At
them
least I'm
by
in
you
focus.
today, right here, right now. So
Okay.
without further delay, let's jump right into it.
I like that we get right into it. But again, intros were a thing.
What's
As you can see, it
happening,
got shorter
YouTube
though.
and the internet? Terrence here. We're back in.
Y'all peeped that? The intro
What's
got
happening,
shorter.
YouTube and the internet. Terrence here. We're back inside the lab, and if this is your first time to the channel and you're into building and fixing up gaming PCs on a budget, consider subscribing and clicking the notification bell to catch all new
34 subscribers. When we were using this YouTube branded intro or subscribe, clip, I purposely wanted to catch the channel at 34 subscribers. That way, or when I got to this point to like where we are now, even losing some 300% of the subscribers I had 5 years ago in just the month of December alone, but still being able to, stay above 4K really says a lot to every human or what have you that agreed to, hit that subscribe button with the notification bell. But 34 subscribers. If you are out there and you're interested in maybe starting YouTube as a part-time and you get discouraged by the low numbers, this channel everybody's channel starts at 0. Even the much larger tech creators, their channel started at 0 as well. Mine started at 0, and when I decided to say, hey, I should have a clip too to show to subscribe to the channel, I'd make sure I did that at 34. So I can always remind myself that no matter how many subscribers you think you currently have, remember there was a time where nobody wanted to subscribe to you at all. And I remember that to this day. And no matter how many times I get discouraged with losing subscribers or getting dislikes, don't happen as often, but sometimes when you say controversial things, people don't agree, but you stand by what you say, or you stand to fall for anything. So that's okay if people don't agree, and it's okay to get dislikes. To the algorithm, it looks like a like. It's no different. Okay, you can't even see the dislike button. You have to go through plugins, and that's a whole whatever. But still, do the dislikes, do the subscriber losses, do the hateful comments, which we didn't really get a lot of. Most of the comments around this time was people roasting how bad the audio was, kind of like TJ is right now. But everybody in the comment section at this time was essentially just commenting on how bad the audio was. And there goes to show that most viewers will forgive bad video quality, as the video quality in most of these, is minus the one where I said was my favorite one, when we built the test bench. That was a little bit better focus, especially during the B-roll shots, and I really didn't do a lot of that in the first video, in the second video, especially in between me talking. But you know what I mean? It just the video quality was potato. The audio quality was potato, but viewers were more willing to forgive the latter, or more willing to forgive the former, but they just could not get over the latter. And that's because video or audio is half the experience, whether that's music or talking or both, or a combination of the both. Audio is half the video experience.
New uploads the moment they drop. Doing this helps me grow here on YouTube and as a content creator.
It
and
still
for that,
does.
I appreciate you all to the moon and back.
I still do.
CPU in question
Wow, that
today
little transition
is
is
the
wild.
Intel Xeon
Hey,
X5675
hey.
Westmere-EP CPU. Now,
6-core,
it
12
has
thread
6 cores
Xeon.
and 12 threads, so
$24, yo.
It runs at a 3.1 gigahertz base clock.
Little
and a
chip
max
was a
turbo
beast.
of
Again,
3.6.
my daughter used this setup here, this exact setup on her primary gaming system. This is how she was introduced to gaming. It was on an X5675 for sure. I couldn't quite remember the exact SKU, but there you go, $24.99, and this was in June of 2019. I bet you could probably get it for maybe 15, 19, 16 bucks. You know what I mean? Now, but even look at those chapters. So
Is the Intel X58 DSO motherboard.
see, I started doing this here.
It has support for triple channel memory, has 6 USB 2.0 slots, and comes with a nice black.
And that wasn't me hitting no buttons, y'all. That's actually the call to actions in the video. Shout out to Lab, yo. With the on-screen call to actions? In my, what is this? We yada-yada'd over 2 videos. 7th video? Because, you know, after the 5th one, I was like, yo, we've got to come with some heat, man. I gotta switch it up somehow. And you see a lot of that in this video now. As I started talking and explaining, you know, or I guess gestating, just what is that with your hands, Miss Ma? I started moving my hands in front of the components while I was talking. There we go. And I started doing that more because, again, I said, you know, we got to switch it up, man. I got to do something different if I want to try to take the content next level. You know what I mean? In terms of visual storytelling. And that's what you kind of see here. You know what I mean? And I still use this form. I like this form. I think it helps the viewer follow along with the components that you're identifying, you're highlighting, and its usage. If you can, you inject personality here. I mean, I like shooting in this style, and I still will shoot in this style. You'll see me, you know, continue to shoot in this style or modified versions of it because now I cut back and forth way more because I'm able to talk, you know, more about these components because, you know, prior to this, I didn't have much on-screen camera presence or I'm sorry, I didn't have much on-screen camera experience. Okay. So this was the, what, 7th, 6th time maybe I was ever in front of a video talking.
Overclock on top of that of plus 60 on the core and plus 800 on the memory.
Ooh,
with the
that's
slider slid far left and the manual fan speed of
far
55%.
right. Still making
That's all being
those
powered by a 750
mistakes.
watt EVGA 80 plus gold rated power supply and a 1 terabyte.
Okay, get to the benchmarks, nerd. Let's take a blast back to memory lane. Oh, okay. Wow, look how old those were. Y'all remember when Fortnite settings looked like this? That's a clean way to display a lot of information there that even 5 years later is still helpful to us right now. Let me remove myself from the bottom of the screen so y'all could watch and follow along here. But this is Fortnite version 10.20. We have average, minimum, 1% lows, X570 running with a 157 times 23 multiplier, which equals 4.1 gigahertz. This CPU was cooking. This CPU was cooking. But 136 FPS at 1080p? Okay. $24 CPU and 1080 Ti. I completely, or maybe I did. I might have talked about the bottleneck, but there wasn't one, as you can see, in the upper left-hand corner. There wasn't a bottleneck. We're getting good utilization on the CPU. It's high, but we're also getting pretty good utilization on the GPU, if I can see it, if it can come back. Yeah, we're getting pretty good utilization on the GPU. Little Apex Legends in the house. Should I start? I can't play Apex, y'all. I'm not even gonna lie. I've started to say, should we incorporate in some benchmarks? But any PC I test can likely run Apex because it's not a very demanding game. But I like this song too. Soundtrack cooked a little early on. This was the first time, though. This was like my first ever true benchmarking endeavor, right? Like, this is the first time I went through a slew of benchmarks and testing like a CPU and GPU combination, like a complete setup, a complete system. This was the first time ever. And I had a blast doing it. I had a blast playing this game too. Like, I remember when I was benchmarking this game, as you can see, it kind of went on because I couldn't actually just stop playing it. What else did we test? More Warhammer. Or Warframe, I'm sorry. I stand corrected. More Warframe. Any Warframe? I mean, 224 average FPS. This is the $24 CPU. $1,000 GPU, though. So the combination wasn't very practical at the time. And it still isn't now. That's like an i5 4th generation CPU paired with like a 3080 maybe at 1080p. And the graphics card still held up really well though. Not in, what was that? Hold on, go back. What was that? Dota? Oh, the CPU bottleneck was real in Dota. Check out that utilization. Okay? It's what you don't want. Even with a game like Dota, CPU bound, I mean, we could be leaving some frames on the floor here. But GPU utilization is high. CPU utilization is higher. It's not the balance you want. Sorry, I mean, you can kind of make out and can kind of see it there, and I'll freeze it. Not mute it. Freeze it. So, like, on the strongest core, which is 3, it's 81% utilization, 35% GPU utilization. That, my friends, is a bottleneck. Project Cars. Another good benchmark there. 117 average FPS. Again, $24 CPU.
Can you game on a cheap Xeon? Yes. Would it deliver great price to performance? Yes. Could I recommend it? Well, that depends. That depends.
So bad.
Depends on a lot of factors, and one of them is cost. Like, you can pick up an X5675 for the low,
right?
But the problem is you're likely going to pay a premium for the motherboards, the LGA 1366
right. that still
socket,
stays true,
because they're getting harder and harder to come by. Now, I did find some on the eBay for.
Not so much with Ryzen though. If you pay attention, you can get a pretty decent B350, B450, AM4 motherboard and pick up a higher end CPU. And so long as it has the BIOS to support that CPU, you're looking at a combination or a complete package, especially with like a 16 gigabyte kit of RAM. At the time, I had priced this out at what, 327 USD? I mean, even if you stayed at that price figure here in 2019, then you're looking at least a Ryzen, a 3800X. I mean, these components here, about the same thing. So okay, yeah, we're looking at the Ryzen equivalent to that system. At the time, 327 USD. You're not going to pay that much for a 2600 and an X470 motherboard, especially used, right? But if you did come across a weird combination, but not a bad one nonetheless, a Ryzen 5 and a 2600 paired with an X470 motherboard, maybe $100, 110, 16 gigabyte kit of RAM definitely is significantly cheaper. Wow, $75. I remember this though. This is when RAM was in a really bad place though. RAM was super expensive. So you can pick up, I mean, this right here, a 32 gigabyte kit of DDR4 would barely cost you half of this now. So you're getting much better value for your money, but these prices were through the roof.
100G for around $300 to $400. But if you want to save some money, because that's okay too, and you got a soft spot for the classics like myself and many others, the X58 and a budget Intel Xeon CPU like the X5670.
I don't like how I didn't talk about the graphics card so far.
Your alley. Couple that with a mid to high range graphics card, and you got yourself a system that delivers great 1080p
did say
performance,
mid, so you saved
which
the video.
ultimately sets you up for 1440p should you be willing and able to make the jump. To learn more about budget PCs and other gaming related stuff, consider tapping around.
Also was learning that I had to be more genuine, but that video amassed 127 likes organically, and that's pretty dope, y'all. You know, that the Xeon story, that's one of my favorites there. You know what I'm saying? And just again, one of the times I connected with Tech Yes City. But remember how I mentioned with the and this thumbnail is so bad. I would never cook a thumbnail like this again. This is so bad. There's a lot going on there. I'm surprised it even amassed 334 views. But I would not use this thumbnail again. But remember how I told you that Mrs. Mod CP or computer, okay, it still exists in its current form. The only thing we changed was the SSD. And that's what we did in this video. It was a shorty. It was a quickie. It's 5 minutes and 45 minutes long, and that's why I think it's a good one to progress to. It is in our first top 10 as in order. I believe this is order that. Yeah, it's order 1, 2, 3. I didn't show my face, but that's the 4th. 5th video, 6th video. Didn't show my face. Did show my face. 7th, 8th, 9th. The 9th video. So we're still like in that first 10 videos I created. But this one, too, very much
So here's the deal.
Rough around
Or
the
more
edges.
so the
Okay. Okay. So as you can see, the wall tried to get better. It tried to get better. But I can't with this collar still. The clock, you know what I mean? I love Marvel though, and still do. And still have a lot of these this Marvel and DC propaganda.
problem. The Wonder Rig that we built back in May
Audio
failed
bad
to
again.
boot randomly out of nowhere. We were getting black screens at first, and then we were unable to even boot into the BIOS. So what I did was I disconnected the SSD from the computer, and lo and behold, after doing that,
A little bit of production history here. I hacked this edit, and this is actually that what the video you saw here in the beginning was actually footage when everything was already done and fixed, not when it was running bad. But I had to include it in there, I guess for story purposes, but I'm not proud of it. And again, looking back, if this was a video that if this was a video,
disc, 240 gigabyte
I probably would.
SSD,
This is a video I would
$25.
not have
I
published.
put an offer in for 20, and the
I'm
seller
not proud of
accepted.
it.
So that's what we're going to do now.
The continuity's off. The audio is, still inherently bad. But
Back installed and get this
we had,
PC
I
up
thought it
and
was
running.
something we had to document.
But if this is your first time to the channel and you're into building and fixing up gaming PCs on a budget, consider
notice I got
clicking
rid of
the
that
subscribe
intro.
button and notification bell to catch all the uploads. Doing this helps me grow.
I realized
YouTube
10
and
videos
content
in, y'all,
and
that
for I
intros
appreciate
were
you all
slowly
for the
fading
move
out.
and back. So
Although
with that out
that's
the way,
a
let's
borderline.
jump into the
And I
car
started adding a
jump
little
back
moon
into it.
animation.
To the
Let's see
moon
that again.
and we grow here on YouTube. Notification bell to catch all new uploads the moment they drop. Doing this helps me grow here on YouTube and as a content creator. And for that,
I appreciate y'all to the moon and back.
So with
Yeah,
that out
we used
the
to
way,
say that.
let's jump into the car and jump back into it.
Going for another ride. Asking y'all to subscribe, speeding it up. Okay, so yeah, now this I'm starting to remember. I think I might get back into documenting the journey of our pickups, or maybe even vlog in between. You know what I mean? Those are genuine clouds. Should have showed the deal, but it was. I remember heading back. Also, not a lot of these shots are not done in order, by the way. So some of those shots were like interlaced between me. This is me coming back from meeting, but some of these other shots are not in order. This is not me heading the direction back to the lab. But I realized that I needed more footage, so, you know what I mean? I just kind of cut up some of the footage of me going there. But I will be 100% transparent and share with you that is me, you know what I mean, going to the destination still. This is me actually heading back, you know what I mean? See, as I said, heading back to the lab. But those other directions, though, be 100% honest and transparent here, y'all. I have fudged up the continuity of this video. That's why I say I'm not really proud of it. And if it wasn't just me trying to get marginally better with each upload,
All right, ladies and
I wouldn't have uploaded this video, period. I would have just said, you know what, scratch that. We'll just have to revisit this topic at another time. But being that it was the first time I had experienced this issue is the primary reason why I even wanted to document it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the primary reason why I wanted to document, you know, what we did here to solve this issue, just in case viewers in the community had ran into the same issue. You know what I mean? But the audio is really low. There might be a continuity error here as well. Like down the road, like just again, like I would not have published this video. I would have said back to the drawing board we go. You know what I mean? And I learned a lot. Like a lot of the steps I learned shooting this or just working on this project. There's some nice shots though, I will say. With the music, they go pretty nice together. So yeah, I mean, again, this video, while informative, and some nice shots like that right there. It's a nice little red. But I just would not have shot this video. But I do like how it switches back, it cuts back and forth like that. So this video would be like maybe better if I didn't talk at all. TJ had pointed out in the chat a while back. Sorry I missed your comment, but yeah, the audio has sounded different because I had called myself using a microphone. But to be honest,
15 minutes later.
wow, that was hard.
all right, ladies and gentlemen, and there
The whole
you
time
have
I thought-
the Wonder Rig is good to go.
Oh,
Windows
nice.
is installed.
That's a nice
all
shot,
the
too.
updates is installed.
Little transition.
Now I did have to go inside the command prompt and run disk part to clean the SSD
Mad.
and create a new
That was
partition.
fun.
Once after I did that.
That was the first time I did that, and that was super helpful. You know what I mean? And still helpful to this day. I still do it now, especially when I'm buying used like hard drives and things. Or I need to format a disk drive or something, one that might be corrupted, you know what I mean, or error, something's going on. That's my go-to, good old command prompt. But yeah, this video I wasn't very proud of at all.
And the computer was good to go.
It was
To learn
shot
more
out
about
of order.
budget
The
PCs,
continuity,
another
which I'm a
gaming-related
big
stuff,
advocate
consider clicking the round subscribe
of
button right there
continuity
in the middle of the
in my
screen.
work.
Again, this helps me grow.
And I
here
wouldn't
on
have did
YouTube,
all this
and it
right
really
here.
supports
This
the
is
channel.
so
Other
old
than
school
that, that'll be
YouTube
all for
right
this
there.
one. Thanks.
Like that is so 20. What is this? September 2019. Yeah, that is so YouTube 2019. But that was, you know what I mean? What 1, 2, 3? My 11th video. I didn't quit after the 5th. You know what I mean? I got re-energized. Wanted to do something differently, and that was in the Leanne Lee T6B build. But kind of got like, I mean, am I doing this right? Am I not growing fast enough? Maybe people aren't feeling the content. That's why they're not subscribing. You know what I mean? I don't really recall getting a lot of dislikes, but I knew once I kind of got over the hump, if you will, if I can just get back into it. But I will say that this video,
Building a budget Ryzen gaming PC that can double as a productivity monster. Building a budget Ryzen
strong.
gaming PC that can double as a productivity monster.
That was a
is
rough
lot
cut
easier
right there. That
and
was a rough
cheaper
edit.
than one would think. So on top of showing you where to find these parts, I'm going to show you step by step on how to put together this hybrid gaming beast.
Oh, so this was my
that
first
leaves you or puts you right
tutorial
under the $300 mark
video.
and leaves you room plenty for upgrades. But before we jump in, this video is served
that
up
was so
courtesy of the
bad. I
subscribe button and
apologize.
notification
Now
bell.
in the
Be sure to
future.
hit them both on your way out.
But you can hear the audio getting just a little
First
better.
up, you have the Gigabyte
Not here,
B450
because it's still very much
DS3H Micro ATX.
Like the audio is still bad. That was not fixed at the, once we hit video number 10. But this was a milestone that I didn't even realize it at the time. I was just excited because it was essentially my first like commission build. I had built this system for a local business and they were using it for just like office and administrative tasks. So it was my first commissioned build I did, and I helped the owner out throughout the whole entire process. Gave him a discount on the case. I think I mentioned that in this video, but You know what I mean? This was me actually really kind of going into it and wanted to, on camera, present the parts that I was talking about and demonstrate that, hey, this channel can teach you something beyond just entertainment, you know, around the space of computer hardware. I wanted to show that I can actually demonstrate how you can build the system. This also served as a mini doc for the owner, so that way they could see, you know, what the process entailed and just how, what level of professionalism I like to, you know, deplore in my art that is building gaming PCs.
Drop the lever down. CPU installed. Next up, we have some memory. So
Again, audio's not great, nails aren't great. But this tutorial, even some 5 years later,
2200G.
this tutorial could still help you now.
Wanted to mention that
Like all the steps remain the same, and it took me a while to produce this. This I do remember. This took me a hot minute to produce. And, you know, I had to just make sure I was clear and concise. That's why there's not much entertainment here. It's just like mostly informative, but
to use in your
listen to
arsenal
audio.
while shopping is PC.
That audio is so bad, y'all. But you know what I mean? The shots, though, as you can see, I kind of started to experiment with camera movement, and this was very early on, and I wasn't taught to do these things, y'all. Okay, nobody told me, say, hey, take your camera. I was just experimenting and knowing that I wanted to get better as a storyteller. Now, what I should have got better at is designing a set, because what is up with the half-drinking cup of tea in the background? Like, what? That's crazy. And the rag. Come on.
Everything inside the chassis and get Windows installed. 24-pin connector, which is almost always on the right side of the motherboard. And you're gonna take that.
Uh-huh. See, so there was some value there.
Cable,
you know what I mean? And that's why I said this video.
Graphics.
Didn't mean to go backwards. And that's why I said there's some, you know, a lot of entertainment in some of the previous videos. But this video was heavy experimental, and I can tell you just off memory that I wanted it to be more, you know what I mean? Like more informative, like a tutorial, like a how-to, like genuinely. That's why the thumbnail, which hasn't changed, that is the original thumbnail published for this video, has not changed. It was always build with me. Learn how to build a gaming PC. I think we might have changed it once. I'm lying just a tad bit. I'm starting to remember now because I was concerned at the performance when the video first published. And look at that Dell monitor still being used.
So you can see here we're in the BIOS. Everything looks good. All right, so you see here we have our CPU.
Everything doesn't sound good though.
3500 megahertz. That's actually 3.5 gigahertz.
At least the T is gone.
29C. So CPU, the cooler.
At least the T is gone.
Not sure how to. You can see our voltage is 1.
That wasn't a cut. That was actually in the video. That's why I have that in the tutorial video.
Next is we're going to go ahead and unplug the power supply unit and fasten it down in the case and get Windows installed. An underrated step most people tend to forget to do, and that's install your IO shield.
So what just happened there is I still stand by this, especially if you're a first-time builder or you're building with used parts. Used parts is something I stand by. But what I highly recommend is you test your components out before you put them in your case. I've been doing this for a while now, unless they're new components and I'm confident in the unknown process. You know, I maybe won't do it. You know, I'll just build it and kind of move on. But especially for client builds, you know, building outside the case and testing to make sure everything runs smoothly, get Windows installed, and then putting it together is like the, you know, icing on the cake for me. But that's what I kind of, that's not even kind of, that's what I did here. But I just wanted to add that that's why you saw us jumping, and now we're installing everything in the case. And this case was clean. I remember this case I picked up, or it came with like.
See now we have the motherboard.
This case is actually the first case I ever had when I got back into PC gaming. This was a case, I can't remember the name, but This is the case I was using, a 1050 Ti and a Ryzen 5 1600X in this case, and I donated it, to the establishment. You know what I mean? So just as a friendly gesture. And hindsight being 2020, I should have held on to it. Oh, hold on, y'all. That's that work right there. That's why I played this, because of this sick edit right here. Wait for it. We do. It's New Year's Eve, y'all. We are back to the future. Wait for it, though. That was slick. That should have been slower. New Year's Eve 2025, let's go. We still love it.
As long as you love me.
Whoa, that was one of the sickest edits ever. Should we Kendrick Lamar it? Should we Kendrick Lamar it? This is one of the sickest montage edits. This is video number 10. Gaming, y'all. As long as you love it, that was the intention of using this track during this montage. One of my favorite montages. Drop. Enabling that XMP. Gotta enable that XMP. 2024, y'all. 2025 is right around the corner, and we still love it. Headed into the new year, we still love it.
And there you have it. This Ryzen budget.
And there you have it. That damn audio. That audio. This video could have been so great with that
With a future
montage,
investment
man.
of between $200 to $300, you can significantly
Look at that table.
boost performance with this system.
What
by
is that
adding a
table?
Second generation
Nah, bruh.
Boost performance with this system by adding a
Nah,
second
bruh.
significantly boost performance with this
Yo.
system by adding a second generation or
Pause. What is it? Look at that 2600X for $180. That's nasty work for even 2019. Talk.
Zen Plus base CPU like a Ryzen 5 2600 and a discrete
Blending that
card
audio
somewhere along the lines of
and music in the
550
background, but
or
you probably
RX
can't hear it. Maybe
570.
you can.
Other than that, Lab Rats,
But it's not great. This audio is not great, and this focus is the worst. And why is the random USB right there? Why is there a random USB? Yo, why is there a random USB right there? I don't know. It's so out of place. It's disturbing, and it's messing me up. Look at it, like it doesn't belong. There's nothing else next to it. Not a wrapper. Not another USB. Not even a screwdriver. At least the background's clean. You can tell I did some work after I hit record, yo. But I don't like this USB is sitting there sus, as the kids say. That is I don't like that USB right there. Man, this video had so much potential,
I
man.
hope you enjoyed this video. And if
We
you're
did enjoy this video, but we do not enjoy this audio.
first time viewer, thanks for stopping by today and checking out this video. I hope you consider subscribing to
Man.
the channel on your way out and even liking this video. if
Look
you
at the
liked
glowing
it.
circle. So YouTube 2019 calling for likes. I'm still calling, doing all the call to actions. Man, that video has so much potential with that montage. And spoiler, I did use, that's one of my favorite songs to use. You know what I mean? From the YouTube library. I really like that song. And I use it again. But yeah, wow. Okay. So that was the 10th video I had ever published. My first, we reacted to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 videos so far. And we only didn't do the 2 where I didn't show my face out of the, you know what I mean? Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, out of the 10 videos we reacted to so far, 2 of them I didn't show my face. So we didn't react to those because it's just me talking. And that's not as fun as watching me be out of focus and me trying to inject humor into the content, right? Not as fun, I will say. What is fun, though, is watching me fail epically at trying to be entertaining very early on in my career as a content creator. These 2 videos were me trying to benchmark, so they're just gameplay benchmarks. We won't touch those, okay? But out of these next 10, okay, one of the, we go back to that table, okay? We go back to that table. But out of those 10, we'll start with the shortest one. This is the R9 280X. Or, you know what? We'll go into buy this GPU. The GTX 970. Which is funny because I reviewed this video card in 2019. I also just recently reviewed it in 2024.
Here's how
as
the
well.
average man's life would change.
No, we're not doing all that. So, okay. Hold on, man. Run that back, bro. No, run it back. That's a hell of an intro.
It's 2019, and there's Navi, there's RTX, there's DLS, there's RDNA, and then there's your wallet. But the truth is, you don't need a super
Your
expensive
wallet.
graphics card to have a solid PC gaming.
It's still your wallet.
So with the $100 in your hands or your bank hands, I'm going to show you which of these two graphics cards, the RX 570 and the GTX 970, are the better choice for your wallet here in 2019. Let's jump into it.
I don't
But
know, y'all.
if this is your first time to the channel and you're into
Look at
building
that
and
subscribe
fixing
call
up
to
gaming
action.
PCs on a budget, consider clicking the subscribe button and notification bell to catch all new. And for that, I appreciate you all.
Ooh, that was beautiful how it stopped with the song. Listen to your
drop.
boy.
Doing this helps me grow here on YouTube and as
Listen
a
to
content
your boy
creator.
edit to
And
the
for
music.
that, I appreciate you
okay?
all
Listen
to
your
the
boy
moon.
edit
And
to the
the
music.
subscribe
This is
button
when
and
this
notification
is
bell.
my
Opening and
11th
fixing up
video,
gaming PCs
and I
on a
realized I
budget.
had to edit to the
Consider
music.
clicking the
Listen.
subscribe button and notification bell.
Just
to
watch
catch
it right
tune-up
out. Listen
gaming
to it right
PCs
out.
on a budget. Consider clicking the subscribe button and notification bell to catch all new uploads the moment they drop.
Right.
Doing this helps me grow here on YouTube
Still
and as
does.
a content creator. And for that, I appreciate you all to the moon and back.
Ew, right?
When it comes down to shopping for a used graphics card, there are options plenty out there in the wild, right? Deals and bargains that can be found from
I'm trying to
sellers
think, do
all over
we
the
even
place, like
show
the Facebook
our
Marketplace,
face in this
offer
joint?
up, and even
I don't
the good old
think we
faithful
do.
Craigslist. just makes
This
it
might
all
be the one we don't
tricks,
show our
Both
face.
these GPUs can be had on the eBay for somewhere between 100
Not
to
the
150,
eBay. But I started to
256-bit memory
experiment.
buffer.
Look, I started to experiment with like more like different shots and different angles, and this was in my 11th video. And do you notice a similarity, chat? You know what I'm saying? TJ said nice. Air horn to whatever nice is, but you know what I mean? A lot of these shots I still do and incorporate to this day. And that's so funny because we're at 227 videos. About 60 to 70 of those estimated are live streams with like no editing. You know what I'm saying? Just straight me talking or whatever and getting right into it. But this is the 11th video, and we started to incorporate, you know what I mean, different shots and, you know what I mean, more gameplay, side-by-side comparison. First video I did side-by-side comparison. Total train wreck, as I realized, and it was long after the fact, I realized I had made a mistake and I should have had moved the, you know what I mean, the overlay over to the middle so that they could actually be side-by-side and not far left and far, or just like left-centered on both sides. And I should have just walked in the same location. But you know, I learned all these things with this being my first side-by-side comparison, like 70 versus 70. And a lot of the mistakes I had made, while it didn't hurt the information in terms of what's being displayed and what's being talked about, the juxtaposition between a GTX 970 and RX 570 and in 2019, you know what I mean? But just the overall continuity and how it's being displayed, again, I would chalk that up to even a technical a technical flaw in the content, something that even at the 11th video, a mistake I was still making. You know what I'm saying? And then that 970 is cooking, ain't it? It still cooks, man. I did a video on it, but this side by side, I mean, I wanted to show this really fast here because, again, I mean, some mistakes here. This is the first time I ever did this, and mistakes were made. Right? I mean, the information, what you see is genuine. I mean, the GTX 970, good GPU utilization, pretty decent CPU utilization. More so on the 970, it was a good pair. But you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, that was weird. That was weird. But yeah, and I was experimenting with charts. This chart took me so long that I never started doing charts again. That's why you'll notice you'll never see me chart video games like that, you know, again on a scale, because that is 100% done by me from scratch, from the numbers to the bars to everything. Maybe I did it the long way, but nonetheless, I don't chart game performance metrics out. I really believe that you can see on screen, you can see the FPS, you know what I mean? You can get an idea of the averages and the minimum 1% lows, but they're just averages, you know? They're not truly indicative of the game's performance on a consistent level, like throughout the whole entire game. I also started using the cross zoom there, but man, that's slow. That's a slow camera pan too. That's way off. But see, this is the first time I started doing that. You know what I mean? I like that shot though. I liked it then. I still like it now. That could have been a little smoother. That could be much smoother as well. It's a gorgeous looking card, though. I like that card. Let me get out the way so y'all can see that card. Well, that was, again, just my first time I did a compare and contrast video. But nonetheless, as you can see, that video too suffered from some, you know what I mean, technical flaws. But I wanted to incorporate it because, again, it kind of showed where, you know what I'm saying, where I wanted to go next in terms of production, like camera movement and the cinematography of like the actual like what I'm actually presenting to the viewer. All right, so no Minecraft. This is a video of just me talking, explaining RTX. Most of you aren't interested in ray tracing. This is the first video I did, and this one is so cringe. Oh, the cringe. Look at this, man. Listen to how bad the audio is. I ain't gonna torture y'all too long.
But if this is your first time to the channel and you're into building and fixing up gaming PCs,
Y'all hear that? I ain't gonna torture y'all too long, but my goodness. Look at Batman out of focus. I don't think that's supposed to be like that, but there you go. One of the biggest technical flaws. Now, I picked this video because you might notice something. All right, now, here's where the plot thickens, because you might notice something, okay? And I was waiting till we got to this point before I could truly talk about it. Now, you see the lav mic, right? Okay. The lav mic is supposed to be plugged into the camera. It is plugged into the camera. And, well, you listen. You tell me if it sounds what it sounds like. Listen.
X10 and up, or basically any GPU made within the last 10 years. And picking the right GPU is important because if 1080p is what you're building for, then 1080p is what you should be buying for. And now speaking
that is true.
PC Part Picker. And now PC Part Picker is an excellent.
I think, that's very much true. If 1080p is what you're building for, then 1080p is what you should be buying for. That was a good game. That was dropping in our 12th or 13th video, something like that, like our first 20. But I had the lav mic plugged in, and I thought, you know what I mean, that, hey, I got tired of getting those comments in some of those early videos, you know what I mean, of people talking about how bad the audio was. So I invested in a lav mic. And I'm like, all right, cool. We should be doing much better. This is why you might notice I look a little different. I sound a little different, minus the audio being bad.
Memory prices can be volatile at times, so
this was meant to also be an informative and educative piece that I kind of failed, and I would almost want to revisit a shot with me, but we would do it live. And fun side fact here, we were not doing live streams. I don't even think, well, YouTube did have live streaming, but I was nowhere near ready to do live streams at this point. I didn't have the infrastructure and the confidence, to be very honest with you. But this sounds very bad. That sounds very bad. You know what I mean? And for a shot with me, I didn't show anything on screen, which I should have. And hindsight being 2020, I mean, for real, I would almost delete this video because it holds no true value other than what's said in the first couple minutes. But it's no surprise that, you know what I mean, it only got 1, 2, 3 views, and I'm probably the 123rd view. But it's no surprise there. I mean, this video is so bad. And you can tell that I'm coming out of the mental fatigue of taking criticisms in the comment sections about how bad the audio was in some of the previous videos we did, or where I thought it was good. And so I invested in a lav mic because, it made the most sense at the time. But, all things considered, here in the audio now, I should have known better. I should have known that there wasn't a major difference in the audio, and that something was still terribly going wrong in the audio side of the production. Now, that was what, 5, 10, 15, 16, 17, 18th video. 20th video is me not talking, but this R9 video we did, this was actually pretty fun too. I will say this is a fun edit. We'll see how it starts at the beginning. Oh, it starts off strong. Okay, let's see. R9 280X running modern games, and when is this? November of 2019. November of 2019, chat. Okay. I like that.
Can the R9 280X
Whoa,
hold its
not
own
the
here
Dutch
in
angle, bro.
2019? Is 3
What is
gigabytes
that?
of DRAM
Some
enough to
pretty
run
shots
modern
though.
games?
I still think
Well,
it's a pretty
stick
car.
around
I
because
don't
that's the
agree with this
question we're
Dutch
answering here
angle.
today, and it's going down
I will
right
say
now.
this.
But
That
if
sounded
this is your
so
first time
poor,
to the channel,
pathetic, and
and you're
uninspired.
into building and fixing up gaming PCs on a budget,
That was
consider
so
clicking
bad.
the subscribe button and notification bell.
But I
to
think
catch
Transformers
all new
was
uploads
hitting
the
it
moment they
big,
drop.
and I was
Doing this
inspired
helps
by the
me grow
Dutch
here on
angles.
YouTube and as a content
Not
creator.
an
And for
excuse,
that,
it's
I
an
appreciate you all to the
explanation
moon
here.
and back.
But yowzers. But I wanted to, mess around with
I'm all
the
about price to performance
whole
and getting the
concept
best
of
bang for your buck.
talking,
That usually puts us along
holding
the
the
categories of budget and baroque. And that leads us up to the Radeon
Wait.
R9 280X.
Go back. What do you say?
That usually puts us along the categories of budget and baroque to
Okay.
performance and getting the best bang for your buck. Right? That usually puts us along the categories of budget and baroque. And that leads us up to the Radeon R9 280X, a Tahiti-based GPU from 2013. And to give you a quick rundown of
Which
the
at the
specs,
time
it
was
has
only
3
about 6
gigabytes
years
of
old. Still not that
DDR5
bad,
DRAM
right?
on a 384-bit
I mean, I
bus,
paid
a base
$65
clock
for
of
it at that time. So,
860
yeah.
megahertz and a boost clock of 1020 megahertz. It also packs technologies relevant here today, such as FreeSync and G-Sync, along with multi-monitor support. It also comes with a high power draw of 250 watts. But it also has
250 watts.
120mm fans and copper heat pipes along the sides. This one I picked up over on the Craigslist a while back.
Not
for
the
$65
Craigslist.
shipped to my door. I recently checked what they were going for over on the eBay, and I
And
found
the
an
eBay.
exact model like this one
$89.
selling for $24 more than what I paid for this one. But the question is, if you happen to come across an R9 280X in your neck of the woods, but the question is, if you come across an R9 280X
Your neck
in
of
your
the woods,
and the price is calling your name, somewhere between $70 to $90, should you pick it up? Is it worth your time and money?
Let's
run
get to the
and
benchmarks.
find
That's
out.
right. Run the benchmarks. Let's see. Okay. 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 Pick it up. Drop it from the start. PC. Drop a benchmark. Y'all know it. Catch up on the sleeve. Party rocket on that New Year's live stream, like kick it. Y'all know y'all want it. You come back, pick it up and go in front it. Hey, you get a Benz just to try it. You couldn't afford it, but he wanna drive it. Let me stop. Okay. This thing was not all that great, but I had the bright idea to say, you know what? Yeah, I like the concept. Let's camera on the screen, especially if I can't. I didn't have a capture card, so this was like the low budget alternative to doing that. But I mean, this thing was all right though.
And at 1920 by 1080p with all the settings set to stock. And for the R9 280X to be a 6-year-old GPU, it handled almost all the games ran here or tested here today. Really
This is one of the shortest
keeping the
reviews I've ever
average
did.
minimum
4 minutes and a 5-minute long review. That's one of the shortest reviews I've did. But it's an R9. What more could you really go in about? I mean, maybe the power draw. You know what I mean? I think this was my first solo graphics card, like used graphics card review. I could have tested the power draw. Should have tested the power draw. Definitely should have and could have did that, but I didn't. But I should have. But still, we got some pretty clean shots there, man. I'm proud of those shots. Not this Dutch angle. We could have did without the Dutch angle. And is that a zoom in? Fam. I started doing the zoom in. The cards, yeah, right up there, but it didn't show. So not a bad, review. 216 views. You know what I'm saying? But not bad. And that was 20th. That was my 20th video. 207 videos ago. You know what I mean? That was the 20th video I uploaded. And one that I'm proud of. I wouldn't take that down. Like, I would take this down. I would take, this down. And 2 of those videos that I would go back, I'd say I wouldn't do. And the shot with me. That's the third one I'd take down. I would definitely take down those ones. But that one was fun. This one was fun, too. This is my first. Oh, I'm hyped because y'all know
Differently
how I feel
from
about
the other
overclocking,
guys.
But this
We
is the
just
first time I overclocked
tell them
a
directly.
graphics card.
Should you overclock your GPU?
Oh, man, this video's got history. Check the lips and the audio, y'all.
Should you overclock your GPU? Is it even safe? Is it even worth the risk? Should you overclock your GPU? Should you overclock your GPU? Should you overclock your GPU? Is it even safe? Is it even worth the risks? Let's find out. But if this is your first time to the channel,
Boy, that audio is all the way messed up. And if I'm not mistaken,
version, good old boy still had a little bit of
it was
booty
messed
left
up
in its
all
tank.
the
I was
way
able to
through.
run games like Apex Legends, Fortnite,
But that audio
Shadow
sounds
of the
better,
Tomb
doesn't
Raider without any problems. I did need to do some setting tuning though, thanks to that 3GB VRAM buffer. But the question is, if you're rocking an older GPU like the R9 280X, is overclocking worth its weight in frustration? Because it is hit or miss, and
these
there
shots
are no extra
so,
performance guarantees.
right now.
So let's do it anyway.
Oh, this right here. Okay, yeah. This montage is hot. Hold on, let me get out the way. Let me get out the way. This is the first time I overclocked, you know what I mean? Oh, that audio could be louder. Yeah, I remember. So this is the first time, we was overclocking, and I was total noob and, total amateur at overclocking, for sure. I'll admit. But that didn't stop me, though. You know what I'm saying? I ain't seen nothing yet. I strategically picked this song for this part of the montage because I'm like, y'all ain't seen nothing yet. I think my freestyle and Mrs. Mod lost some viewers. Let's go. Oh, I like that little. Wait, go back. In the middle of an overclock? Who else was doing that in 2019? And this was my 20th first video within my first 20 videos. Now, again, like in the beginning of the show, I mentioned that I did all of the edits, all the thumbnails on God, 227 videos. And I edited every single one. I created every single thumbnail and did every single title. Rather the video flopped, failed, or had success, I was responsible for all 3 metrics. And I'm proud of that. And I'm thankful for being able to serve it up to an amazing audience and a community here in this tech gaming space. I'm getting, emotional. Ms. Ma tell you that's hard, but I really love creating content. And going back to seeing this older stuff is just like re-energizing. You know what I mean? I feel it. Going to 2025, watching some of my older stuff, that feeling sensation, Mrs. Mod, I can't explain it. But she knows me better than any effing human being on this planet. And I tell you what, man, just the vibes is there, man. Happy New Year's to everybody. Hit the like button, folks. Hit the like button, though. But Happy New Year's, man. Sorry to be cringy, but listen, I feel it. You know what I mean? Rather these videos we're reacting to, rather I want to delete them or fails. Get a pass there.
and would you look at that? Plus 260 on the core, plus
Or it has
205
bad audio
on the
mixing
memory.
like this
Ladies
here.
and gentlemen, this GPU is overclocked, prime, and good to go. Let me show
But
you how
that's
I got
because-
those numbers.
Right.
Jumping over
so we just kind of recap how we got those numbers in the overclock. And, you know, I mean, if you know, you know, I've did, you know, a more recent overclocking video on the RTX 4070 Super. That's our current streaming rig. And some things are coming up and going to change. That's all I'm going to say. So if you're a live viewer, a replay viewer, do know that's a big, big hint on a major upcoming video we got. Damn, man. Definitely subscribe and stick around for that. But the audio in this video is so muffled because, well, it wasn't recorded properly. The audio sounds good, but it wasn't synced right. And I didn't notice it until after the export. And I got back and I played it back. And I'm like, man, do we delete this video? Do we leave it up? You know, everything else about it was good. You know what I mean? Documented.
But at this price point, I wanted to save that video or topic for.
But look at the limp synchronization. It's off, man. Big off. Big off. There goes that damn chart again. Okay, I told a white lie. I did that again. I didn't do it a lot, though, because it's just a pain in the butt. You know what I mean?
In an even more demanding game, I loaded up Shadow of the Tomb Raider and ran it bump after the over.
Damn, man, good old Shadow of the Tomb Raider still get benchmarked. 5 years later, 2025, we still going to be benchmarking Shadow of the Tomb Raider. Yes, we are.
It's tech, but I also love how you can squeeze out just a little bit more performance from some of the older budget stuff as well. Because as you can see here, depending on the GPU and the game, and you being comfortable with
production, solid, audio, fat, brings this video rating down significantly. I want to like it so much, but it's a 5 out of 10 for me. It's a 5. I will like it, but it's a 5 out of 10 for me. You know what I mean? I don't look very inspiring. I mean, you know, the audio being off, that's a video that I can tell you right now, I tussle back and forth with by hitting that DEL button. For you PC gamers, that's the delete button. No shade to y'all, though. No shade at all. But that's our 20-second video where I did my first overclocking, video. There were a lot of firsts in these first 20, okay? In the first 20, there were a lot. First overclock. First shot with me, although it was a horrible 1 out of 10. Horrible experience. First, my first official GPU review. You know what I mean? Some of the things were like mix and match, build with me. But that was my first overclocking experience. Here's a 50. This video was fun. I had this idea, and this. If you don't know, this is like a quick rapid fire. We'll just let it rock, man. I would just let me get out this dude way, yo.
happening YouTube and the internet. Terrence here.
Collar,
and today
though.
we're doing something a little bit
And look
different
at
with
Terrence's
the
collar.
50 Things About Me challenge, and that's going down right now. But if this is your first time to the channel and you're into building and fixing up gaming PCs on a budget, consider clicking grow here on YouTube and as a content creator. And for that, I appreciate you all to the moon, and back.
Yes, I still do appreciate you all to the moon and back. Even the 397 subscribers who left.
What's your favorite NFL sports team?
Atlanta Falcons.
Still
What's
is.
your favorite all-time quote?
It's not what you know,
it's what you can prove.
Do you have any pets?
Yes, a bunny, a cat, a
dog
named Roscoe, Thundercloud, and Piper Boom
Thrust,
and Kitty.
Favorite PC game to play at the moment?
Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order.
What?
Coffee or tea?
Coffee.
What is your favorite holiday?
Thanksgiving for the food.
For the food,
If you
still
were
for the food.
stranded on a deserted island and you can only have one item, what would it be?
A cell phone?
What's your favorite thing about PC gaming?
Graphics.
Do you prefer cats or dogs?
Cats.
DC or Marvel?
DC.
Favorite song or music genre?
Hip hop. Anything by Lenny Kravitz.
What's your least favorite thing about PC gaming?
Scalpers.
Price gougers.
Yeah, same thing.
Takeover or Naz's Ether?
Jay's Takeover.
Yeah.
Xbox, Nintendo Switch, or PlayStation 4?
Nintendo Switch.
Top 3 favorite all-time games?
Legend of Dragoon, Final Fantasy IX, and the Resident Evil series.
Okay.
What made you want to get into PC gaming?
Everything.
Poor console performance.
That too.
If Batman and Superman got into a fight, who would win?
Batman.
If Batman and Wonder Woman got into a fight, who would
Batman.
Batman.
win? If Batman and Thanos got into a fight, who would win?
Batman.
Batman.
Is there
Facts.
such thing as a cheap computer?
No.
No.
Budget.
Are you married?
Yes.
Do you have any kids?
Yes, four.
3 boys and 1 girl.
Where are you from?
Delaware, Virginia.
Yeah.
How long have you been creating content on YouTube?
How long?
7 months.
7 months.
What are your
Wow.
favorite things about being a content creator?
Engaging with the audience.
Still
What
is.
inspired you to be a content creator?
All
Other
y'all.
content creators.
Who is your biggest
That's why the rule said Batman, LMAO.
Tech, yes, City. Whoop, whoop.
Controller or keyboard and mouse when PC gaming?
Keyboard and mouse for competitive games.
Controlling for everything else.
Can you dance?
Yes.
Do you have siblings?
Yes.
When is your birthday?
December.
Is PC gaming really expensive?
Yes,
Yes.
and no. I did a video about it. You can check it out here.
You can still watch that video, by the way.
Hufflepuff, Slytherin or Ravenclaw?
Slytherin.
Slytherin.
If you could have one superpower, what would it be?
Flight.
If you could visit any place in the world, where would you go?
The Giza Plateau. Or the
Still would
pyramids
go.
of Giza.
Yep.
Do you use a mechanical keyboard?
Yes. Still do.
Cartoon show growing up.
Gargoyles.
Favorite
Yes.
superhero?
Superman or Batman. That's right. Let's go.
Favorite villain?
Reverse
Joker.
Flash.
Oh, Reverse
Favorite
Flash.
game
Yeah.
genre?
RPG.
RPGs.
Favorite movie?
The Dark Knight Returns Part 1 and 2.
Favorite movie quote?
It's not what you know, it's what you can prove.
Don't have one.
Oh no, come
Do you
on.
enjoy adult beverages?
Yes.
When it comes
I am
down
right
to
now.
choosing between AMD and Intel, which one is more important?
Your wallet.
Starter Pokemon.
Squirtle.
Pikachu.
Favorite
Oh,
color?
yeah, that. Never
Black.
mind. Black,
What would you
right?
consider to be your dream car?
Cybertruck. Whoa!
1440p.
Still is.
160 4K.
1080p for competitive games, first-person shooters, 1440p for immersion-based games and role-playing games, and 4K for
Everything else.
everything else.
Still is.
Play or refresh rate?
Refresh rate.
is greater than gameplay.
Why should anyone subscribe to your channel?
Because if you want to build a community and learn how to build a PC, you're in the right place.
Still
There
are.
you have it, the 50 Things About Me challenge, or 50 Things About
Wow.
Me. I hope you enjoyed it. If I tagged you online, I challenge you to
I did tag a few creative friends. I did it. Whatever. You freaking naysayers. They ain't do it. They ain't want to have fun. That was fun though, right? Come on now, like rapid fire. That was pretty dope. I slipped that one in there because it was so different from the content. But you know what I mean. This was funny because I think this was what 20. We replaced the thermal paste on this graphics card. I think this one had
for
a very
GPU
good credit.
temperatures. Do you want longer, cooler gaming sessions?
Yeah,
Then
lad.
replacing the thermal paste on your GPU may be the solution to your problem. So stick around because that's exactly what we're doing in today's video. Let's jump into it. But if this is your first time to the channel and you're into building and fixing up gaming PCs on a budget,
I like that
consider
soundtrack
clicking
though,
the
right?
subscribe button and notification bell to catch all new uploads the moment they
Bro,
drop.
been cooking on the
Doing this helps me
soundtrack
grow
for a
here on
minute now.
YouTube and as a content creator. And for that, I
appreciate you all to the moon and back. I still do. I still do. I don't say it anymore, but I still do. I like this intro though and this
What's
music, right?
happening YouTube and the internet?
happening,
Terrence
lab?
here, and we're back
Terrence,
inside
okay.
the lab. And
Are
today
we? Are
we're
we
taking
at
a look at a
1080p? Yes, we
GPU
are.
I deemed worthy here in late 2019, the now 6-year-old R9 280X. And now when
We still
benchmarking and
doing
overclocking this
videos on the
GPU,
280X.
I couldn't help but notice that the temperatures were just a little too high.
Audio sounds improved, and that's because, yes, I started using a lav mic, but still, it could have been much better. But I still use this similar format. It mixing between me talking and the content displayed, y'all. Come on now. I don't agree with the lav mic freaking trying to make out with my neck, though. Look at it. Yeah, I did. I don't know. Press play. Let's go. All right, come on.
A little bit more as well. But first, tell me down in the comment section below if you're rocking.
So I took apart this graphics card, replaced the thermal paste. I like this beat though. Listen to that, y'all. Check it. Let's vibe with it. It's 2020. It's 2024. We on the cusp of 2025 New Year's Eve, man. And y'all could be anywhere, or you probably somewhere right now, but you're still here reacting to some of my worst videos. Right? The first 48. But
All right, and we're back. See, we have the heat sink off.
Do we do?
Removed.
That's
It's a
what we
little
do.
old and crusty.
It is.
And these are thermal pads, which I'm gonna try to.
So this is my first time taking apart this graphics card, and I was nervous. You may or may not can hear it in my voice, but I was nervous taking apart this graphics card. It was the first time I ever did something like that. You know what I mean? I knew there was some risk involved because I never did it before. I didn't have any help. Nobody was there. I mean, some beautiful shots though. And I remember going in. I said, "Hey, you know, at the end of the day, I'm a storyteller. You know, I amateur director." A film, or a filmmaker. I incorporate that into my videos. Not only trying to be as informative as I possibly can, but also as entertaining as I possibly can. As I strongly feel like we as a society watch videos to be entertained. Sorry, I wanted to know what the music was playing. But that's me scraping off and trying to get as much of that gunk off of that graphics card as possible. You know what I mean? But, this was fun and something I did numerous other times. And this graphics card, even after this video was done, still, you know what I mean, did worked perfectly fine. It had no issues. My son, who's in the chat, this part of the rule said cringe. I don't know. It all was cringe. We lost some viewers behind it. It is what it is. I appreciate it. I love y'all so much, man. But this graphics card was used long after all this here, man. After we did all this scrubbing and we go outside, we had to change a set. Right? Hey, I like that right there. That's smooth. I like that. I need to find this. I need to find this track again, y'all. All right. Good old electric cleaner. We're still like, what, video 21, 22, 23? We're in our next 30, and these are edits that are coming in, like, you know what I mean, very early on, y'all. A little out of focus, could be better framed, right? And I genuinely enjoyed doing this. Like, cleaning this graphics card felt therapeutic for me. Rather it would work or not, just bringing this graphics card back to life, and back to its original state as much as possible, just fueled that mission and that drive to get this card in a better looking state.
All right, and so now we have the coolers all cleaned up.
And the cooler's all cleaned up. Looks good. That die looks good. We scraped off. Well, I mean, you missed a spot. You missed a few spots. You missed all the spots. But we got as much of it as we possibly can. Apply the thermal paste. Some said, oh, that's a lot. And sure, but you know what I mean. The graphics card worked, but it's not a lot. I mean, graphics cards take a lot of GPU thermal paste, more than, more than CPUs. But I will say, hindsight being what it is, 2020, if I could, I mean, that is probably a lot, to spread out. Because once you apply the cooler like I'm doing now, or like he's doing now, this is 2019 me. This is not me. This is 2019 me. Okay, who's putting all that thermal paste on there? Put it on there. Put it on there. Is he talking? No, just some, okay. They put that bad boy on there.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, everything screwed back, and it worked. I don't recall anything being funny here. You know what I mean? I did. I just installed it on the test bench.
The process went over smooth, and everything went well and as expected.
At least I'm in focus too. Look at that. The focus is much better. Still do me a solid and hit that.
And now let's take a look to
damn, hit that like button for me. Still do that.
Paste swap made in some of our before and after.
Not that much. I do remember. I was a little upset. I'm not even going to lie. Not even a little. I was upset. It ain't really do much, as you can see here. before the temp, 64 to 69 degrees C. I mean, 61 to 60 degrees C. What is that, like a 2 to 3 degrees C drop? That's not really going to do much. But the graphics card did last significantly longer. My son was introduced to PC gaming on this graphics card. Yes, in 2019. This was the first graphics card my son, played GTA 5. Man, that's all I can remember he played. He was here in the chat. He could share with you what he played. But nonetheless, I mean, that's, you know what I mean? And me down in the corner, that's nasty work. I would not do that again. Why would he do that? That's a weird choice, y'all. To be down there in the corner like that? Why y'all ain't call me out in 2019? Who put Terrence in the corner? And why? Oh, okay. DJ said everything. He played everything. I don't know who put Terrence in the corner like that. Why they did it. You know what I'm saying? But damn. This video is fun, man. There was some mistakes made. Some things I did off camera that I didn't show on camera. I had to go back. You know what I mean? I had to stop because the battery died in between. So a lot of things you didn't see. That video was messy, but simply from a production side, not from like, you know what I mean? Not from like, say, a technical side. I think it was okay technically for the most part, given at its time. But in all realistically though, yeah. That video, I give it a good 6 out of 10. And this is interesting, though. This was what was this? This is New Year's Eve, y'all.
We're here on this.
Let's see what Inside the Lab Tech with Terrence SuperMetaTech had to say in whatever year this was. Hold on, man. Let me get the hell out of the way. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let's see what
glorious New Year's Eve, which also happens to be my birthday. Yay, go me.
Go
I'm
me.
a whole 34 years old now. I'm thankful to be here, thankful to be creating content here on YouTube. So in this video, I wanted to share with you the future plans for this channel and the actionable steps I'm going to take to help us get there in the year 2020 and beyond. Let's jump into it.
Okay,
but first, if you're new here to the channel and you want to learn how to build a PC and a community like this, and for that, I
still appreciate y'all to the moon and back.
It goes without saying that a goal without a plan is just a wish. And it goes without saying that a goal without a plan is just a wish.
Say it again.
It goes without saying that a goal without a plan is just a wish. And now I do have a few goals for this channel and a few actionable steps, again, that I plan to take to help us get there. And the first one, which is arguably the most important, and that is to simply create more content. My goal is at least 2 videos a week. That's 1 video up from what I currently published in the past or in 2019, with a total of at least 5 to 6 videos for the month. This will also help me get better at creating content, as I'll be able to fine-tune my craft to be able to publish out high-quality videos that you all can enjoy, and that also leave some value so that you feel like you are spending your valuable time here on the channel and with me. I have no intentions of backing down. We're pressing forward, and we are pressing hard for the year 2020, and I'm going to continue to push out videos as much as I can because I am in this for the long run. And now a second goal of mine is to grow and build a community of 1,000 plus strong budget builders and enthusiasts. And first and foremost, that goes without saying that I want to say I appreciate you guys and gals here that have been along with me for the journey. I really do appreciate your help and support, but being able to grow this community to over 1,000 will help me unlock features here on YouTube like the community tab.
And I will
help me effectively communicate the content.
I still want to build a community of 1,000 strong.
Resonate and connect with other PC builders and other fellow budget tech enthusiasts and help them build the kind of systems that they can build and they want to build for the type of performance they can afford. Another goal of mine is to launch the official Inside the Lab merch store, which is currently live.
That we did. You can definitely pick up some Inside the Lab swag or merch, the lab where we did do that. Kudos to you. Kudos to you, bro.
But it's in beta-ish. I haven't really pushed it too much as I've been slowly rolling out some of the graphics for the t-shirts and the various types of merchandise we'll be selling on the store, which will feature flexible pricing, because the goal here isn't to push large profit margins. It's to help spread a message with some of the inside the lab swag that will be available to the audience.
There's a lot of things in this background that, okay, not a lot, but just a few that I find disturbing. And what is up with the randomly placed items? One of those videos in the top 5 or whatever, it was a random ass USB drive. Now it's a random tripod, 3.4 inch quick clip or whatever. Just standing. There's nothing else around it. This doesn't belong there. Why is that there? Okay, whatever. Go ahead with your goals, man.
Which, if you do buy some, I'd love for you to take a picture and mention me on Twitter. I'm always active there. I'll put a link up to my Twitter, by the way. Don't go to that there after you watch this video. I will do an official video to highlight some of that merchandise and products, which will feature t-shirts, hoodie.
That video is still coming, by the way. 2020, here it is 5 years later, whatever.
And another goal of mine is to launch and publish the official Inside the Lab companion website, which will house some helpful guides.
We did do that. The website experiment was okay. I mean, what is it? Modern reviews. We talked about, okay, let's go to modern reviews.
Reviews for both new hardware and also old hardwares, which I'll do a series called Modern Reviews, where I take a look at older hardware and see if it's worth your time and money in the present day, and also what you can expect to pay for it and the type of performance that will come along with it. I launched this channel back in 2019, but I have not spent a full year on the platform as a content creator. I still have very much to learn, as I pointed out in my 50 facts video, which I'll throw a link up to right here, so you can check that video
we
out
just
after
watched
watching
that
this
video.
one.
And
if you're a fellow content creator, I would challenge you to create a video for your audience and tag the link down in the description below so I can check it out.
All the other creators ain't do it. You know why? Because they were scared. I tagged a few of them. Where were y'all? Tag y'all favorite creators. Get 50 facts on them. It was fun.
If you've been following this channel since day one, I want to let you know that I do appreciate you following along the journey. If you're new here, I ask that you consider clicking the subscribe. This community of PC builders and tech enthusiasts with wallets and backgrounds from all sizes, so that we all may revel and enjoy a hobby we love passionately. And there you have it. Final video of 2019. Do me a favor and tap that like button
of 2019.
as we check out of this year and move on to the next one. I want to wish
streams.
you personally a happy New Year's. Be safe. I look forward to growing with you in 2020 and beyond. I want to wish you personally a happy New Year. I look forward to growing with you in the year 2020. Other than that, that'll be all for this one. Thanks for giving it a watch. I hope to see you in the new year. So until then, be easy.
Right. Okay. We cooked at the end of 2019, man. And so at the end of 2019, how many videos did we publish? Look, 5, 10, 15, 20. 25, 26, 27. That New Year, that 2019 New Year's Eve video was the 27th video we published, man. 27th video. This video was a how to keep your PC gaming virus, free from viruses, and not as interesting, more informative again. And I think that was mostly like a talking video. This video though was super interesting, and this trilogy here, oh man. It was 1, 2, 3, 4. If there's ever a 4 videos to pay attention to and that truly have a story here that's worth me truly sharing with you all, it's these 4 videos there. This is a trilogy. The story of OG Threadripper. This was part 1. That was part 2. And that was part 3. And that's because it led me to a point that what got us to here. This was, at the time of me creating content, this video here blew up the quickest. And it's still in my top 5 all-time, videography catalog in terms of all-time favorite hits. And we're saving the best for last. And that's the video, my most popular video, where for the first time, I'm going to, share my insecurities with the video, how it could have gotten better, you know what I mean, the failures, all that jazz. But this was fun. Although flawed.
I chose Wix for my business because of its massive scope
Super flawed,
for
but
functionality.
I do want to share this one. I think
You may have overclocked your graphics card, but
Look
have
at
you
this.
done it outside?
Outside.
Stick around because that's exactly what we're doing in today's video.
This was me trying to figure out how to get the audio right and doing some experiment for the first time in post-production with audio. And that's why
Let's jump into it.
It sounds so bad.
But if this is your first time to the channel and you're
And
into building and
experimenting with-
fixing up gaming, grow here on YouTube and as a content creator. And for that, I appreciate you all to the moon and back.
So the setup is I'm partially where I lived at the time. I'm partially in the dining room, as you can see, because for power and things. And I also don't like being cold, so I still can't believe I did this. Because I genuinely, if y'all want to know something truly about me, and that is I cannot stand being cold. But I was inspired by this idea of saying, hey, could overclocking and like colder ambience outside, being that, your computer is still dependent on ambient temperatures to keep itself cool. And in a more traditional setup that's on like a desk or in a, in a more controlled, climate controlled environment. Well, that's not the case outside. So I thought about, this concept of overclocking outside. And, could it push my 1080 Ti up to 2,000 gigahertz? Like that was my goal at the time. You know what I mean? Look at the old, I loved that. That was my favorite iPhone. I really like that iPhone. Okay. But 29 degrees C, that's actually not that cold, all things
How
considered.
hot or cool the surrounding air is, which won't be a problem for us today thanks to that massive air cooler we have called the outside. It goes to say that this
outside.
is also not representative.
Get it out. Get it out.
This is not representative.
I still can't say representative. Representative
in the name of science. So without further delay,
this is not representative. Representative. Mrs. Maya, can you spell it in the chat? I challenge, do you do that?
let's jump into it and see how far we can overclock this graphics card using an MSI Afterburner in heaven.
Spoiler alert, it ain't do jack, okay? It was a big waste of time. Plus 65 on the core, plus 60 on the memory, 40% fan speed, right? That track is lit though, right? I like that. The picture is good, I will say. As you can see, I got better with keeping the subject and the objects in focus. But we at 37 degrees C, 36 degrees C. That's damn good. 2012 megahertz, that's 2 gigahertz in heaven anyway. You know what I mean? Did it pass? It passed. 2 gigahertz on a 1080 Ti in 2020? I guess that's not too bad though. That might be a right around. It's overclocking baseline for that card. Whoa, buddy! It wouldn't cook anything past that though. Nope. Try again. Plus 75 on the core, plus 650 on the memory. That's an odd overclocking combination. Not gonna lie. There we go on that LGA 1366. I like that shot. That's pretty. As you can see, some of the components though made its way from, earlier content. As you can see, the T60B is on the table. I tried to repurpose a lot of the content. Or repurpose a lot of the hardware.
See, I had dropped down some of the numbers. I might have got just a little too ambitious. And now we're going to try to see if we can get heaven to pass at hovering around or sustaining this core clock speed of 2050 megahertz. The goal for today's overclock is to at least get this card to 2.1 gigahertz or 2100 megahertz.
2100 megahertz. I don't think we got there. I'm pretty sure we didn't. More of those shots. I like this. See, I kind of miss this rough guerrilla rugged style, just kind of capturing what the system is doing while we're in the middle of doing the thing. Could have been a little bit more diverse though in the shot selection. That I will say.
Apologize ahead of time for the audio, as you probably can hear the fans on the GTX 1080 Ti. They are at 100% temperature gets with the 100%.
See, that's another reason why I missed this card. I mean, this card, regardless of the numbers we got here, was an absolute overclocking champ, man. I like this card.
And well, there you have it. I couldn't even get it to pass in Firestrike. And I'm going to officially call it. I'm going to say I reached this graphics card's overclocking limit. I am a little bit disappointed.
And look how out of focus I am.
Push it a little further or as close.
That is so bad. Look at this. Look. Hopefully that looks as bad for y'all as it does for me. And I will honestly say it because it looks horrible. But it does look bad. Another technical difficulty that hurt the overall, you know what I mean? Just potential of this video. You know what I'm saying? Look at that. Not happy at all, but you know what I mean? Again, I like the shot composition. It could be better. Could be better centered. Maybe that way a little more. You know what I mean? My right. It might be y'all left, but my right. Could go over a little bit more. But other than that, you know what I mean? There were still some things that just could have been an overall improved with this video. You know what I mean? I don't necessarily say that the story was bad in it. You know what I mean? But for the most part, and we've done more overclocking videos, and we're going to do more overclocking videos, especially here in the 2025. We're certainly going to do more overclocking videos because I love overclocking. Facts. And for sure. And because I've learned from those mistakes, and you can see here, me being out of focus just really is just an eyesore, as that's not a sharp image. That's nowhere near the level of quality the community has come to enjoy. And I am, again, very humbled and honored to be able to serve up content and present content to viewers on this platform. And this, fam, is not how you get it done. It's just not. But again, I learned, and I continue to learn. Every time I hit record and every time I hit publish, between both of those steps, there should be something I learned in between doing those things, for sure. But
budget PCs and other gaming related stuff. Watch the top video first.
Watch the top video first and the bottom one next. I started saying that and then I stopped, you know, because I'm like, hey, most people don't make it towards the end of the video, and you're kind of like, well, you know what I mean? You know, you just want to end the video. But okay, story of OG Threadripper. Let me just say this. This comes at a time where I was trying to figure out how to get better. I wasn't satisfied with the reach that our videos were getting. You know what I mean? I'm like, what, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 videos in, and I'm not, probably under 100 subscribers. How can I break through? When I picked up and, figured out what's next in the YouTube journey, it was the story of OG Threadripper. And I wanted you to keep that in mind, because the key word there is story, okay? And that's because story is key. Story is something I factor in as one of my strengths as a storyteller. And it's here in these next 4 videos, especially this, let's just focus on this trilogy here really fast. Okay. Awesome stories, awesome experiences. Okay. You're going to, and walk through them here and enjoy this with us live, but the videos I highly recommend you give a watch on your own. But the story of OG Threadripper, y'all. You know what I mean?
Rated M to AL.
Together, we
knew they had to get on it. Check this intro out. Right?
you want to create content for YouTube and stream,
Still a little out of focus though.
Well, stick around because in today's video, we're building a high-end Threadripper system that can serve as a new budget option.
Look at these shots though. I love this black and white shots. I still think that looks
clean. But if this is your first time to the
clean.
channel and you're into building and fixing up gaming PCs on a budget,
Clean, bro.
Today we're building a system that
I
comes
don't
in
like
just
this composition
over
though. I think
USD,
that's
has the
off
potential
a
to
little
deliver
bit here.
solid
Like a
price
whole
to
lot.
performance in both gaming workloads and productivity workloads. Which, speaking of, I was able to pick up a Threadripper 1920X,
$185
just a little
Threadripper.
over 100.
It was a good deal at the time.
And now I know AMD released the TR-X40 chipset late last year, but I had an X399 board laying around collecting dust, so I figured why not jump on
literally
AMD's
collecting
HGDT
dust
platform that's high-end desktop with the 1920X. Comparatively, you could go with the 3900X, the 500.
Totally different, right? And most of you have sat through
but I decided to stick
some
with
of our
the
early
X399
videos.
or TR-X40 chipset. That way, I could increase the core.
Audio still sounds a little bad, but this production, I mean, now we're almost up to like 2022 speeds. I mean, I'm talking about when I went sub-level for a different set, y'all. It totally switched up. You know what I mean? Just the presentation. I mean, these are things we were doing down the road, and some of the style of content that you still see me doing. You know what I mean? The music, me talking, showing the product, right?
Memory controller and 64 lanes of PCIe. This first generation Zen HEDT CPU.
Here, listen to that soundtrack too.
Old, but I am expecting some solid.
The soundtrack in the OG Threadripper trilogy, y'all. The soundtrack in the OG Threadripper trilogy, y'all. Just listen to the music, y'all.
In this case, I really don't know what the A stands for, but it has support for up to 128 gigabytes of RAM with an XMP overclock of up to 3600.
It's a beautiful
megahertz.
motherboard.
An M.2 heatsink that supports.
Fun fact,
up to
it,
two
you know, I mean,
M.2s,
if you
and
watch our
although
VODs,
X399
you would
is
recognize
discontinued
it's
or
right
now
behind
defunct
us.
with the TR-X40
sitting in
chipset
that
taking
beautiful
over.
case.
This motherboard would allow
featured
me to
in this
upgrade
trilogy.
to a 32-core 2990WX or a 2970X in the future. And then now jumping over to RAM, we're going to be using.
And it's that fact right there why I still have this motherboard.
Corsair's Dominator Platinum 32 gigabyte kit of DDR4 memory, and that's 4 sticks of 8 gigabyte modules and quad channel. It is rated for 3000 megahertz, but I'm going to see if we can dial in an XMP to push this RAM a little bit further, but more on that later.
Yes, more on that later. This trilogy is so good. These are 3 of my
gigabyte NVMe
Damn.
SSD. This drive.
These are 3 of my favorite videos. The presentation, the story, the soundtrack. I love this trilogy, y'all. I have yet to be able to replicate a trilogy like the OG Threadripper yet. But I'm working on it. And again, we got some stuff planned for 2025.
But you guessed it, more on that later. And then for our cooling solution, we're going with the Corsair H105 240mm all-in-one liquid cooler in a push-pull configuration with a total of 4
that was
120mm Corsair
replaced,
fans.
by
this
the
is
way.
A part I definitely
you know what I
plan
mean?
on upgrading in the future.
As we said. Right, yep, exactly.
Or to a full custom loop. So be
we
sure
haven't
to
did that
subscribe
yet.
to the channel if you're not already to catch that content.
It definitely still gets subscribed if you haven't yet.
And for the GPU,
and or like.
which was just recently overclocked outside. And if you haven't seen that content, I'll throw a link up to that card so you can check it out after watching this one. We're going old school with the high-end Asus ROG Strix GTX 1080 Ti. It has over 3,500 CUDA cores.
Good old 1080 Ti.
GDDR5 video RAM.
Damn, I really missed that card. That's a beautiful looking card. Look at it.
Acceleration and programs that support it. I also tested this GPU with the X5675, which is a Xeon 6-core 12-thread CPU.
Y'all see that lav mic? You think that lav mic was working?
So you can check that video.
Does that audio sound like lav mic quality? No.
Or the previous one. And for the power supply unit, I'll be going with the EVGA Supernova G3 1000 watt 80 plus gold PSU.
Beautiful power supply unit.
And I will be adding custom cables to give this system a more custom look, but it will be more.
Fun fact, I use this power supply unit in Snow White right now because it's rocking an RTX 3090 for obvious reasons. So yeah, there you go.
One part of this lot is the case, which is a long-time favorite of mine. I fell in love with this case when I first saw it.
Oh my God, I love this case. This is still my favorite all-time ever case, the H500M, the Master Case H500.
And that's mesh, as it has the option to use a mesh front panel or a glass panel. The former being more ideal for airflow, but the latter better looking. It has 4 edge-to-edge.
This is a beautiful looking case. It even looks good on the box.
It also comes with
it
two
looks good on the
200mm
box.
adjustable RGB fans and a controller, perfectly combining aesthetics and performance. This configuration will change over time, but these are the components we have on hand today, so these are what we're going with to build this
I don't
system.
like how I'm
And now,
framed
if you're
though.
feeling
The framing
parts
is
that's on
way
the
off.
table, do me a favor and hit that like
The
button
music
for me
though,
below,
listen how the
and
music
let's jump in
transition,
and
yo.
build us a PC.
The build montage. Looks nice and clear, right? I mean, we learned. Things got better. 30 videos, and I just kept going. You know what I mean? 100 subscribers, 110, 115. Y'all, the story of OJ got put out when we were under 200-300 subscribers. Okay? Early 2020. And this is the edit we got then. Edit into the music, nice and clear, beautiful dynamic shots, man. I had to get out the way so y'all can appreciate the cinematography in the story of OJ. And I still use that RAM. I like this dynamic. I think I call these dynamic orbit shots. That could be a little bit more stable unless that's for dramatic effect. But I do like that though. Music switch up a little bit. Okay. Dropping them screws in there. That's a beautiful case, man. It was a bit pain building in that part of it, though, I will say. But look at that. Total cable wire concealment. Installing that board. I love that shot. That's a pretty shot, right? Listen to that music. Yeah, that 300, that 240 had to go. It was okay, but I mean, a lot of these angles and styles, y'all, I still incorporate to this day. You know what I mean? Like, look at this. And I edited, again, I hate to revisit that, but I can't stress this enough. I edited all of the videos, so this is one of my edits too. This has my signature on it, and as you can maybe notice in some of my most recent work, that a lot of these angles and styles I continue to replicate. Or maybe we'll speed it up. Like if I could do it again, this video should be shorter. 16 minutes is wild. And as you can see, that's why later entries in this sequel was significantly shorter. But I mean, I wanted to walk you through the entire process, even, you know, putting those doors on, putting that 1080 Ti with that 1920X. A rather formidable system in the year 2020. Getting that fresh peel off. Oh, that felt so good. And then the nice shots. Oh yeah, roll those nice shots. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful shot. Look at that. That is OG Threadripper right there. B going to switch it up. Listen, ready for it. I had to get out the way so y'all can appreciate the beauty of these shots. A little grainy there. Could be better. I don't know what happened, but you know, everything worked out.
Icon right there on your screen and come back and join us.
But that was the build portion of the OG Threadripper. And, you know, just to keep it going, the story kicked up. You know what I mean? Once we got into the benchmark story and even story time with the 1920X, I will say definitely stick around for story time with the 1920X because it's one of my, if not the favorite, one of my favorite videos I produce. And it's what, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. It's our 35th video. And, well, it's probably one of my most favorite videos to work on and do. It was so different in terms of how the story was presented and the fact that the idea is for it to be just a straight, like, short movie, short film, if you will, about the Verizon Threadripper 1920X. But first, you know, we got to get
Simon Says upgrade.
Part 2, and that's us, you know what I mean, benchmarking and testing the system out.
Can you game and stream on AMD's Threadripper?
Yes.
Render 4K video or do 3D modeling tasks. I got the benchmarks for all those and more in today's video. Let's jump in. The core
Got the
shredder, which
benchmarks.
houses a
So
Threadripper
again, I
1920X,
continue to
32
experiment
gigabytes
with
of
different
Corsair RAM,
shots,
and an NVIDIA
some
GTX
vertical
1080
movement,
Ti.
some
And now what
horizontal
makes this
movement,
video special is its price to
cutting
entry
back and
for the
forth. I mean, these are
platform,
just
the
things that
X399 chipset,
eventually,
which has a
I mean,
major
the
upgrade
channel
option
just took
should
off
we
and
wanna make
grew
the
from
leap
here.
to a bigger
And that's
CPU
because, well,
with more
I changed the
cores.
way we
So if you
change.
wanna
I
stream
changed the
games
way
on Twitch
I present
or
the
create
story.
video content
Good
for
old
your
classic
YouTube channel,
Fortnite.
and you want to save a little bit of coin along the way, does this X399 setup have enough value to deliver at this price point? Can the core shredder make it happen? Let's roll the benchmarks and find out.
Okay, see, I like how we get right into the benchmarks in this one. 1 minute and 20 and an 8-minute long video. Oh, yeah, I remember. See, and this is the only time I ever did this. And that was for the sequel to the story of OG Threadripper. Was like a car like this here. But with the 1080 Ti, I mean, these numbers are, you know what I mean? They'd have to be reran because games change over time. But, I mean, this is only 4 years ago. 4 or 5 years ago. 4 years ago. So it can still get the job done. Imagine so. Fortnite Chapter 2. Damn, that music is epic. But around here, this is where, you know, some of my early days of testing streams was over on Twitch. And again, Fortnite was one of the first games I streamed. You know what I mean? But this track is so epic, man. And so many benchmarks. Like, we're not going to go through all the benchmarks, but as you can see, I mean, the Threadripper held its own. You know what I'm saying? The Threadripper definitely held its own in games like all the fun competitive ones, but this system was so expensive at the time. Might have been a little impractical for most gamers, but this track is hot. And we switch it up, running the Cinebench. I mean, again, the story of this CPU, you know, had a lot to say. Like this CPU had a big story to tell. Encoded a video, some loose video we shot there. So again, I mean, the story of Threadripper, this was a fun one for sure to produce. But, you know, tech-wise, you know, we started getting a little better.
Benchmarks, you've seen the numbers.
Not out of
This
focus.
AMD
Could be better
system
lighted though.
has
The lighting could be
to
better.
handle your content creation workflow and stream.
Some of those shots can be pushed back a little bit, sure. But I will say, you know, the editing improved significantly. And this is me just growing up to this point of us hitting like our 30th or 40th video. Somewhere between our 30th video. Story of OG Threadripper came in between that 30 to 40 series or 30 to 40 count of videos.
While gaming, effectively turning the CPU.
But look and see the camera movements. These are things that we weren't doing in some of those earlier videos. If you were here during the first part of this show, or reacted to some of like my first 5 to 10 videos, you know what I mean? Like this is totally different than what we saw. I really like that shot there. I like the blends. I like how it switches back and forth between gameplay and the system that we're talking about. You see that plaque back there? November 13th, 2019, right? This was published February 2022. So 4 months later, you know what I mean? We were a little over 100 subscribers. Bam. So a little over 100 subscribers. We're pushing, or I was pushing out edits. One man band, man. You know, we're pushing out edits as clean as this one here in the story of OJ. We're still at 1080p, unfortunately, right? Like we didn't cross the 4K threshold anytime soon, but you know what I mean. The production, Tricion, shout out to Tricion. That was one of the first videos where I was able to link with Tricion, long time internet friend. But yeah, so that was Story of OJ, part 2. Part 3, y'all. Man, listen. This video is different. So different to where I almost want to let it, you know what I mean, ride out. Let me come back here. But I kind of almost want to let it ride out with like just a video. And you kind of experience it. It's 11 minutes long, so that's, you know, a little tough, but nonetheless, this is coming up is where things really started to change for this channel. You know what I mean? And it coming up on the best performing video in my whole entire catalog. And it's almost within, you know what I mean, the first 48. But let's roll this drawing back. This is a fun ride, y'all. This is probably my favorite video in my whole entire videography, is this video here.
Overclocking AMD Threadripper. How far can I go? I was chosen. Built within a system of purpose. Good, not great. But when overclocked, how much better can I be? For this story, you'll want to stick around to the very end to find out. Let's get started. But for first-time viewers looking to learn more about building PCs and other gaming-related stuff, should consider clicking the subscribe button notification
audio could be
bell
better
to catch new uploads like this one the moment they drop.
I will admit,
Doing
audio
this helps
could be
me
better.
grow on YouTube and as a content
that
creator.
held this
and for
whole
that,
trilogy
I
back.
appreciate you all to the moon and back. I was built at a time where similar 12-core CPUs exist. AM4, X299, 399. There were options to choose from. Some faster and others much more expensive, but I possessed something the others did not, and that was value, price to performance. I was not necessarily inferior to them. Indeed, I was not the best. At the time, I was simply the most cost-effective. But does that make me the best? Will an unlock multiplier give me the necessary edge to come within margin of my competition? Gaming, productivity. Can an all-core overclock boost performance in both? Speed up render and encoding times? To find out, the 1920X will be tested in 2 modes, Creator and Gamer. The former meant to take full advantage of the cores and threads available, and the latter intended as a healthy balance of both. Also included in the overclock is the DRAM, our 32 gigabytes of Corsair quad-channel memory. With its rating of 3000 MHz, how far will the XMP take us?
And what kind of impact will it have? Be sure to stick around to the very end of this story to find out. Let's begin.
Town Hall 17 in Clash of Clans is now available on both mobile and PC with Google Play Games. Experience more ways to play and sync your
The suspension is real. Sparta Rule said that face having. .1. Could it hack it? It picks up with the music, y'all. Wait for it. Y'all can breathe. I can breathe. We can breathe. We can breathe together.
As you can see, the all-core overclock in Creators Mode topped out at 4 GHz. And although I could boot in Windows and pass a Cinebench R15 run at 4.1 GHz, the overclock failed other stability tests running at that clock speed.
It did.
So for the sake of stability, the multiplier was dialed back down to 40 with the voltage set to 1.4, which scored 2,534 points in Cinebench R15 with a max temperature of 74 degrees C and a score of 5,694 in Cinebench R20 with a max temperature of 79 degrees C. The overclock shaved off 13 seconds in Blender,
13
reducing the render time to
seconds.
2 minutes and 26 seconds in the
Okay.
BMW benchmark, while also shaving off 32 seconds in the Classroom benchmark, taking the render time down to 7 minutes and 24 seconds while reaching.
Boy, that overclock really helped in productivity, I will say.
But now that was in Creators Mode. What happens when I shift into Gaming Mode?
Not a whole lot.
Let's keep going to find out.
Oh my. Oh, good old Ryzen Master. Good old Ryzen Master. Rising Master with the cameo. There it goes. Running at 4.1 gigahertz. Getting a pass in Unigen Heaven.
8 cores and 16 threads, with the multiplier set to 41 and 1.48 voltage on the V core.
Should have showed more of the screen.
Well under 60 degrees C.
But this shot is like well composite.
Cooling wasn't our limiting factor. Zen 1, my architecture. That is what was holding me back. The one constant that cannot be changed. A gem cannot be polished without friction, nor perfected without trial. I have reached the ceiling of my potential. I have not won nor lost the silicone lottery. I believe to have embraced it, for in this form, at stock, I am as advertised. 3.5 base, 4 gigahertz turbo, 12 cores of raw computational power.
Y'all, this is under 40 videos.
To multiply each one into a virtual clone, I have the potential to utilize an additional 24 threads. I am the first of many high-end successors, born during the core wars of Zen 1 architecture. And to my competition, units that have shipped thereafter. It is true. I do not share their performance, yet they do not share my value.
Facts.
And for this, it is so. It cannot be otherwise. I am obsolete, but not irrelevant.
Better cook, Zen.
X399, my platform, has an upgrade path of up to 32 cores and 64 threads.
And still does.
And so what form will I take next? Will it be one of performance? Faster RAM, higher core count CPU? Or one of aesthetic, where I improve in look and general appearance? Perhaps even both. It is here the story of OG Threadripper ends. Or does it? For more PC gaming content, watch some of the videos on the left of your screen. Tap the round subscribe icon there on the right and come back and join us for more tech and other budget related stuff.
Oh my gosh. That ending every time. I wrote that. That's me. To be 100% transparent on this New Year's Eve live stream, y'all. That was me showcasing my skills at the time as a director and as a writer, as that video definitely had a movie-like script. But that ending gets me every time, man. Strikes an emotional chord, being, you know, sometimes, especially with where Threadripper is right now. Hello to you. I'm sorry. Let me see. The Fletcher. Hello to you, the Fletcher. Shout out to the Fletcher. Sparta Rules. Sparta Rules, we interacted on that video. Sparta Rules been a long time supporter on this channel and participant in this community. But that video, y'all, I'm not going to get emotional because I'm not built like that. But that video, man, that is my favorite all-time video. And the ending is what does it for me. In my opinion, you know, it's well packaged. The audio holds it back significantly, though. Okay? The audio. Salute to you too, Fletch. But the audio holds that video back significantly, man. And I just want to, if we could just play the ending back just one more time. We're going to play the ending back one more time. Just look at that ending. And I just want to point out that this is all 100% footage I captured, okay? Footage that I captured, edited, shot, and I wrote. And this is about a CPU, a 12-core, 24-thread CPU I picked up on the used market.
A gem cannot be polished without friction, nor perfected without trial. I have reached the ceiling of my potential. I have not won nor lost the silicone lottery. I believe to have embraced it, for in this form, at stock, I am as advertised. 3.5 base, 4 gigahertz turbo, 12 cores of raw computational power, and with SMT, which enables me to multiply each one into a virtual clone, I have the potential to utilize an additional 24 threads. I am the first of many high-end successors, born during the core wars of Zen 1 architecture. And to my competition, units that have shipped thereafter. It is true. I do not share their performance, yet they do not share my value. And for this, it is so. It cannot be otherwise. I am obsolete, but not irrelevant. X399, my platform, has an upgrade path of up to 32 cores and 64 threads. And so what form will I take next? Will it be one of performance, faster RAM, higher core count CPU, or one of aesthetic, where I improve in look and general appearance? Perhaps even both. It is here the story of OG Threadripper ends. Or does it?
Even that call to action is smooth. Wait for it.
For more PC gaming content, watch some of the videos on the left of your screen. Tap the round subscribe icon there on the right and come back and join us for more tech and other budget related stuff.
That ending, man.
With that said, thanks for giving us one to watch.
You know what I mean? It connects you with, you know, a CPU. And that video, as you see, 3,600 views. It did really well even at the time of publishing it. You know what I mean? And that's what, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, man. 35. That was our 35th video published. Well under 50, you know? But that was the story of OG Threadripper. The story time with the 1920X, 100% on God, 100% honest. That thumbnail has never effing changed. Okay? That is the same thumbnail that's been on that video since the first time it was published. Okay? And, you know, after playing the ending back, I would maybe change it to maybe one of those ending shots, but I wouldn't change the thumbnail within itself. But that's a trilogy I highly recommend you watch. But it was there after the story time with the 1920X. Once I said, hey, this works, man. I got something going here. That video did good. The publication, that whole trilogy did, you know, pretty okay. Didn't crack 500 views, but as you can see, story time with the 1920X. Typically anything with overclocking involved when it does pretty well. The community loves overclocking. The components and hardware does not stresses the creators out or the overclocker out. But, you know, hey, it is what it is. It's part of the sport. This is why we do it. But, you know, 36 video was just a benchmark video, but it's here. This is, before we go into this video, y'all, before we go into this video, just let me say that, one, yes, the quality is potato as hell, but just let me say this, though. This video was when I said, for the first time ever, I'm going to fully incorporate story into my content. And what ended up happening is this video became the best performing video on this channel up until maybe 3 years ago. And that's simply due to the fact because of my most popular video on this channel, which we're saving the best for last. So we're going to react to that. Definitely stick around to that. If you're just now joining us, welcome to the New Year's Eve live stream. It's getting cringe, but it is what it is. But welcome to the New Year's Eve live stream, where we are reacting to some of my first and worst videos, mapping out the progression of, you know, how I've continued this journey as a content creator, and have I improved? Am I worthy enough to serve the community and the audience in 2025? I sure the hell hope so. But telling stories in videos started with this video here. This video essentially went viral at the time. And, well, let's just play it back. And hold on, and let me preface it also by saying that this video actually contains one of my favorite soundtracks, probably of any of my videos that comes to mind, minus the story time with 1920X. But this video, you know what I mean? So, you know, stick with me and just hear it for yourself. But just let me say, this video, I really enjoyed the soundtrack, and I would play the songs even when I was, you know, well, not playing the video.
If you've been wondering how to build a rising gaming PC to play games like Fortnite and other AAA, stick around, because in this video, we're not only building such a system, but we're also going to be benchmarking this combination to see how well it runs the still very much popular Fortnite. Let's jump into it. But if this is your first time to the channel, notification bell to catch all new uploads like this one the moment they drop. Doing this helps me grow here on YouTube.
Yes,
and
I'm out of focus as hell.
For that, I appreciate you all to the moon.
Video gets an instant -3 for that. But can it recoup though? Peep the story.
What's happening in YouTube and the internet? Terrence here. We're back inside the lab and taking a break from the cinematic developer series to bring you a system that's a little bit more budget oriented, but still packs plenty of price to performance for the month.
Beautiful.
And now, before we go too deep into it, I want to take a moment to give a special shout out to Xavier Bates for entering the PC gaming space. Happy belated birthday to you, fam. I hope you enjoy your gift.
Shout out to Xavier.
Let's go over all the parts.
Enjoyed the hell out of this PC.
And for the CPU, we're going with the Ryzen 5 1600, arguably the best value for money CPU on the market right now.
Look at that.
It has 6 cores and 12 threads, runs at a base frequency of 3.2 gigahertz, and while not an X variant,
this is under
has
my
an all-core
40 videos,
above the 3.6 gigahertz.
40 videos on
and
this
then we're going with the ASRock B450 chipset, which is a micro ATX AM4 motherboard. It has support for up to 64 gigabytes of RAM and one M.2 slot for faster read-and-write storage.
I will say that's a hell of a system even by today's standards. Okay, I won't interrupt anymore.
And speaking of RAM, we have a 16 gigabyte kit of Ballistics X DDR4 memory at 3200 megahertz. And for the graphics card, we're going with Team Green's Asus TUF GTX 1650 Super with its 1800 megahertz clock speed, 1280 CUDA cores, and 4 gigabytes of ultra-fast GDDR6 memory. And then for our power supply unit and storage, we have an EVGA 550 watt semi-modular power supply unit, which will be more than enough given that this system is only drawing 220 watts.
Okay.
And for storage, a 500 gigabyte SSD for our OS and games.
Could be a little more.
And then housing all these parts will be the Cooler Master Box
Cooler Master in the house,
which is a micro ATX mini tower that's good and compact and should fit in places where space is really tight or extremely limited.
Love this
and
case.
now those are all the parts we'll be using to build this gaming PC. And now with that out the way, let's get this system built, tested, and running.
Is it another montage? Let me get out the way if it's a montage. It's a montage. He turns the
Here's
camera
how the
off.
average man's life would change if he used Pi for 5 days straight.
We're not doing
Day
that.
one.
That's horrible. Okay, here we go. It's a montage, chat. I like this John here, y'all. That John hot right there. Let's go. I just wanted to step in and say that I had not edited a video like this up until this point, and it was going all out, like, you know what I mean, on a limb. But I said, you know what, we're going to do it. We're going to document this client build, and we're going to do it in a very clean, story-like way. Could have went with more cuts, that I will say. But all new parts. This client was an absolute blast, man. And Xavier was just getting into PC gaming for the first time, so it made, you know what I mean, creating his system even more impactful. I like that switch up right there. It gets all chaotic and dramatic with the beat. This is also the first time I actually edited to, you know what I mean? Like, I actually edited to the beat, you know what I mean? Edited to the song. That background, that naked background is not doing it though. Oh my goodness. Was definitely working on the budget early on. But still kept on moving though to produce, you know what I mean, bangers like this here. Love that shot. There I go again, testing the build, all the components outside of the case. Again, is what I recommend. Jumping it, you know what I mean? 180 gigabyte SAN. And we kind of went to there. Nice little montage of putting everything back in the case. I like this drawing too. This was a little different, that I will say. But I really like this track. And these angles, these are some pretty clean angles. I also, to be very honest, I had just invested in a lighting setup. So that's why things look a little bit clearer. Better, because I realized that's one of the main things I was doing wrong, and I didn't have a decent lighting system. So I invested in a two-way lighting system, and as you can see, the set looks better illuminated. And I was able to get cool shots like this. Beautiful. I like how the beat rides out like that. Very clean. And for some reason, I really like how this gunmetal gray Cooler Master case looks on camera. But I am a little biased to Cooler Master though. I do like their cases. They make some pretty cool looking cases, especially in their gunmetal variants. Nice. See, I like how I did that. I like the editing approach here. Like progresses the story, but still maintains most of everything that's happened in between said story. And it's putting this beautiful system together that even by 2025 standards would still cook all the games that we're about to roll in these benchmarks. to the benchmarks. The benchmark montage. Probably one of my favorite benchmark montages ever. Okay, do we get into the benchmarks? Hey, this that Goldie right here. This is one of my favorite tracks right here. Happy New Year's, y'all. Fortnite settings changed. It's one of my favorite tracks right here, y'all. Song I can just listen to. It's the drop that gets me, but I mean this system handled really well. I was impressed. Let's go. I caught that entirely by luck, by the way. They just had to throw it in between the benchmarks. Hey, play that guitar. Play that guitar. That box guitar. Just was trying different things, y'all.
If anyone you know is looking for the definition of price to performance, tell them to watch this video. Because looking at the numbers and starting with the CPU,
right?
Stop cool keeping temperatures in
1600X. Y'all, this video was, man, this video takes me back. You know, takes me way back, y'all. And wow, I loved everything about this video, minus the fact that I was out of focus. I wasn't feeling well. You know what I mean? People have said otherwise, but to be very honest with you, I was just like trying to get through getting this system out to the client and, you know what I mean, get through the flu. I had the flu. I had a very bad case of the flu, and I took some daytime flu, hoping that would help, but it still made me drowsy. And I was trying my damnedest to fight both the flu and the daytime flu medicine I took to stay alert, and the end result is that. But, you know, I wanted to get it out. I had to record it while I still had the system, and I powered through it. But, you know, the sections with me talking out of focus and I don't look great, if I can take those moments out, and I still use that, by the way, but if I could take those out, those moments out, like here with me talking, you know what I mean, like looking like crap like I do, trying to get through the sickness, if I could take those out, I most certainly would. But everything else about this video I genuinely loved, and the success that I saw of this video taking off the way it did, especially being that it was 15 minutes long, I said, this is the formula. This video right here, a lot of what you see and the newer content, you know what I mean, is derives from this video and the success of this video. Some things I also learned from this video, like one, how to stay in focus, but two, just, you know what I mean, telling the story and keeping the viewer's attention. But I wish, again, that's not the best quality there, although the background's great. It's a little bright, but this video, again, my favorite video, hands down, and I had a really good time shooting it. And again, shout out to Xavier. I walked him through the whole entire process new to PC gaming. It's what we believe and thrive on here in this community. But Xavier was new to PC gaming, and we built that system and got him all set up. And then, yes, the teaser at the end.
So until then, go ahead and go.
I started
Thanks for
doing that.
giving
I
us fun to
forgot
watch.
that.
I hope to catch
Check
you
that
on
out.
the next one. So until then, be easy.
Come on, y'all on the same team. It's a message you don't
I don't know. I can't remember what that was. Wow. Okay. Facts. 246 likes. I mean, that video, man. Hands down, you know, probably the best in terms of just production. And I did that little post-credit scene, something that I started to experiment with and do more of. But just what amazing piece of content. I mean, sorry, that video is you know what I mean, taking me back. But you know what I mean, that in between here, you know, like the R9 video, it's a lengthy one where we took apart a R9 390 that we got. And while this video actually has some pretty good memorable moments, I think it's one that we should dive into. Especially being that I said, hey, how can I make this better than the last time? You know what I mean? And this is what we got. Let's see. Okay. Whoa, 88 degrees C.
You see that?
We do.
That's not supposed to be happening.
Little cringy.
The R9 390 does have the potential to run games
Audio
at 1080p
still
at high
sucks
or
like
ultra
crap.
settings here in 2020.
Picture quality improves.
And can be
Picture quality improves. And as you can see, again, more elements of what we see here in some of my modern work, but holy cow. Now, this particular video where we take apart an R9 390 and solve its overheating issues, at least to me it was overheating. Although the results, spoiler alert, not all that great, this does feature one of my top favorite all-time montages.
I appreciate you all to the moon.
But, you know, the ad is in the way. Let's skip that. Hold on. Okay, skip that. All right. Audio still potato. Check it out.
Look at the Sapphire Nitro 8GB model that I picked up on eBay for just a little.
All new shots, by the way. These are all new shots that we started to incorporate. Even what we just saw in that Fortnite build, right? That video went viral for this channel. It really, I mean, 1,000 views in the first few days. That's a lot considering it. I was under 200 subscribers at this point, 200-300 subscribers. And I said, okay, let's take it up a notch. And I thought this card, I really like this shroud. And let me pick it up from eBay. But then when I got it, it was overheating.
390 being a little over 5 years old now.
And it being 5 years old.
Done. So let's get this GPU cleaned up and apply a fresh coat of nothing but the best and play some games.
Second time we did this, right? Because we did it with the R9. This track right here, y'all. I really like this, y'all. This whole montage, check it out. Let me shut up. But check it out, though. Definitely still hit that like button for me, too. This graphics card was also a pain to take apart. I just want to add.
And it's just as I suspected, right? The thermal paste.
And yeah, it was dried up. You know what I mean? But taking apart this graphics card, you know what I mean, was not the first one we did, because we took apart the R9 280X or the R7 280X, right? But the R9, this graphics card, y'all, behind the scenes, there was more to me. It took me more, a little longer than it should. I'd be very honest with you. To be 100% transparent. Replay or live you hear now, you've heard it right now. That's too much thermal paste. And in the comment section, I defended that, yes, the camera perspective makes it look like it's a lot. But, I could have eased up maybe 10, 15%. Maybe even 20%. Okay? But I really like this little montage here. It's very clean, kind of chill, a little laid back, you know what I mean? Putting some on that nice and slow, a little bit of slow motion there. But I like this song too. Finished up, got it all back together, you know what I mean? Again, advance the story. Throw it on that T60B test bed. That Lian Lee. Still holding up and sticking around.
Of its life cycle, because the system would freeze up anytime I would load a file or application, and Windows was taking way too long to load and boot. So we're switching to this HP 500 gigabyte SSD
in the middle of
which
this
is going to
project.
make the system significantly faster.
That's right. In the middle of this damn project, y'all, the SSD failed, and we had to switch it out. But just a minor temporary setback. This is my John too. I like this track, y'all. So this is the graphics card after we replaced the thermal paste. So see, it wasn't that significantly. It didn't lower the temps all that much. But I like this track, and you know what I mean? Hey, I just want to say Happy New Year. Don't let people complicate you or life, y'all. Look at that. Counter-Strike Go. 194 average FPS. At the time, this was an under $100 setup. You know what I mean? I will say this was a time where I wanted to blend, you know what I mean? I wanted my benchmarks to be something other than just like showing, music behind gameplay. Like I wanted to be a part of the gameplay. Like even in this scene here, I like the idea that, the music is playing in like that character's helmet or something like Star-Lord. And I like how it switched up right there. You know what I mean? And then picked right back up and, you know what I mean? Got right loud again. So yeah, I really like that track though.
Which enabled the R9 390 to push out frames.
And we just kind of, you know what I mean,
in games like
playing
World
some
War Z, where we
World
saw
War Z.
averages of 100 plus FPS.
I mean, this graphics card lasted up for a while too. My son, TJ, who was here in the chat, ended up using, you know what I mean, this graphics card too, the R9 390, for quite a while, all the way up into it eventually died. But, you know what I mean, that video was fun. I learned a lot. taking that graphics card apart. Made some mistakes there too. I just didn't show it on camera. And in all actuality, what it did was it held up the production of the video. Now, I did say that we would save the best for last. And, well, that's because the video that to this day, let me cut back here real fast. This video to this day still continues to rack in a lot of views. And when I first published it, it didn't do all that great. It's a topic that I said I want to revisit, and it's amassed probably some of the most controversial comments that I've ever responded to on a video. But this video here, again, has overclocking in the title, and typically when you throw that in the title, you get these results here. But what I want to add in, as you can see off rip, and I'll disappear off camera, but as you can see here, this is where, you know, I switched over to a different lens. I switched over my camera, and you know what I mean? I improved the video quality, but the audio was still lacking, and that was something that came a little bit more down the road. But this will be the last video we react to. I won't say anything other than this is my best performing video on the channel. So just give it a look. As you can see, it's a huge improvement over some of, let me just get out of here so you can see it full screen. It's a huge improvement over the visuals and some of our previous videos, even the last one. You know what I mean? I'm in focus. You know, I have good depth of field with that blurred, that bokeh background, that blurred background. And overall, it's just a well, you know, framed image. So, you know, the background looks good. The story's good, super informative. And let's just give it a whirl. Let's give it a play. Come on, fire it up.
One setting in the BIOS, and it boosted performance by up to 20% in games you and I both love to play. And enabling the XMP profile takes less than 10 seconds, and it's practically fail-safe. Here's how you can do it. But if you're new here to the channel and you want to learn more about building PCs and other gaming-related stuff, click the subscribe button and the notification bell so you don't miss a thing.
More of that intro.
On YouTube and the internet, Terrence here, and we are back inside the lab and taking a look at DDR4 RAM speeds to see how much performance you could be leaving on the table if you're not running your DDR4 or 3 memory.
Audio could be, speeds. You know, turned down a little bit.
And now one of the key factors to getting a stable XMP overclock is referring to your motherboard's QVL and buying RAM that's on the vendor list. And in that way, you have a better chance of getting memory that's best optimized for that specific motherboard. But in today's video, we are comparing the difference in performance between
that
2133 MHz,
black and white style. I like that style
there. DDR4 RAM versus 2666 MHz and the maximum rated speed for our Corsair Dominator Platinum kit, which is rated at 3000 MHz CL15. So
beautiful
with that
shot.
aside, let's
I like
jump
that black
into
and
the
white
benchmarks
style.
and compare some memory speeds.
So just for, you know what I mean, video speed purposes, I mean, again, more Fortnite benchmarks, and as you can see, I still stand by this, especially for those of you who are on older, you know what I mean, AMD platforms like AMD 4 or AM5 4. Sorry, that New Year's Eve festivities are starting to catch up on me. But as you can see, I mean, there's a huge difference between enabling your XMP and not enabling XMP. Steven, it's good to see Steven. Steven popped in. Steven says that Steven's tired of fireworks. I don't know. I'm indifferent. Fireworks is... I've never really been a fan of fireworks, but enable y'all's XMP. 2666 is the sweet spot still. So long as you have a high rated, you know, a high rated speed of memory and a higher chipset. Oh wow, 530. That is early. Where are you located at, Steven? Let us know. I'm glad to say I have not seen or heard any fireworks. I've been down here live with y'all. Reacted to the last video here in the first 48. But we tested GTA 5, GTA 5 2. I mean, it could have ran a little better, but
3 MHz
or maybe 3200 megahertz on even some of the best X470 and X370 motherboards when it came to loading.
I started doing more talking on the
XMP
screen
profile.
here too.
And that was the case today on
Oh,
our
West
Gigabyte
Coast, okay.
X470 board and our 16 gigabyte.
So we're going to hit the new year
Corsair
just
RAM,
about a
which did
few
top out
hours
at
earlier than y'all.
2933 megahertz. But once you're in the BIOS, you're going to want to
Sounds like you guys are bringing the New Year's
from auto
early.
to manual and select your memory's rated speed, hit F10 or save, and boom, you should be good to go. I tried 3200 megahertz with the timing set to auto, and that would not fly. I was just met
It
with
sure
a
did
black
not.
screen of
Some interesting results there just in that whole spill with just like enabling your XMP. And I learned a lot. And again, this is why I said this is a topic I want to revisit.
taking a look at some of the games that benefited the most, starting with Far Cry 5.
But this, I mean, this was
really
a format
huge boost
that
in performance.
we've come to just, I guess, viewers in this space have come to get used to. And that's this right here. That's elaborating, going into more detail about your findings and your benchmarks. And this video was the video that did it for me. You know, the story, the 1920X. Let me switch back here. The Threadripper, the OG story of Threadripper, the 1920 Storytime with 1920X video, that and the Fortnite video, those two videos combined showed me the direction to go in terms of a storytelling perspective, right? Like from a storytelling narrative. That showed me where to go. And, you know what I mean? I said, you know, each story that we incorporate, rather if it's about like the Asus ROG Ally, well, it's upstairs. We're doing a video on the Asus ROG Ally. It's an active and ongoing review, but you know what I mean? Going forward, I said no matter what the focus is or the component or the setup or the system, going forward, you want to tell a story in this format. Still be informative. Still get to the point. Still do all of the YouTube things. And if you join us and you didn't stick with us while we reacted to that 1920X Storytime video, give that video a watch. Yeah, it's a lot of negative things going on. That's not the point. But you're there for the story. You're there for the ride, okay? And there's no price to admission, just your time. But your time is valuable because your time, once you spend it, you're unable to get it back. But those of you who've seen that video or watched it with us live and watched me react to it, you know the story is compelling and it's presented in a format you're not used to and one you never seen.
In this area, you're going to want to overclock your CPU.
But our microphone is much better. You know what I mean? I switched to an actual onboard mic, and
if you're not already, so you can
that's
catch
something
that.
else too. That was the pinnacle of, say, the momentum that really started my channel and really took the channel in a new direction and just like blossomed me up to the point where we are now. This video gets about 100 views a day, and that's no exaggeration since I've published it. It's a little over 45,000, and it is the most watched video on this channel. It's the most watched piece of content I've published online to date. And while not my favorite in terms of like, I mean, it's more informative, but it doesn't have as a compelling story like, say, the OG Threadripper. You know what I mean? But that video, it just continues to grow the channel and amass new viewers. But we reacted to, what, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, about 35, 40, 45. I will say in between here, you know what I mean, between like the best budget graphics card in 2020, that video too did really well for the channel and just took it in a new direction. The 4K video set me back a little bit. That video was a little late, and then I kind of went into like a news, like how can I incorporate news into the content, you know what I mean? And that was essentially around the first 48 of videos I created. That is the intent of this live stream. I mean, we can kind of highlight some of the positives on this video.
Here in 2020,
and I like this video because it was the first time I actually focused on, say, an actual graphics card review, like no other components. And I was reviewing the GeForce GTX 1650. What is that, Super? And this graphics card is still being used today. My daughter actually uses that graphics card. But you know what I mean? This graphics card review was super fun to shoot. And as you can see, we're well focused. I mean, this is, again, the channel just went ahead. You know what I mean? From here. Steven, I'm sorry. Steven says, all my computers using DDR4 are running CL14 3600 RAM. I also have a DDR5 CL26000. Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, so this system I'm using now as my streaming setup is using DDR5 6000 MT, and it's super fast. But and those are really good speeds, especially for gaming and or other tasks, especially on DDR5. But this video, you know, was like the format that I wanted to present to the community when it came to me like doing dedicated, like dedicated reviews on graphics card and things like that. Sorry, the New Year's Eve vibes are catching up. The party favors are catching up. But you know what I mean? This format here, let me get out the way again. This format here was, you know, the one where I said, okay, this did well. And even at the time, this video did well for the channel. As you can check out, look at Snow White back there. My Kuman, shout out to the Kuman. But some beautiful shots here that I just kind of really experimented with as a cinematographer and as an amateur filmmaker and as an absolute fan of PC gaming and these components and helping gamers, you know, find value, especially in a graphics card like the 1650 Super. But this graphics card absolutely cooked. I do like the benchmark montage because, again, it was a little different, a little slow paced, but you know what I mean? I really liked the benchmark presentation. As you can see, I incorporated different angles. Oh, nice. Are you enjoying this, Steven? I've been thinking about streaming it on the gaming channel. But this benchmark segment is super different, y'all. Check it out. But the Indiana Jones game looks good. We didn't see benchmarks being done like this in 2020, y'all. The music, the vibe. I not only wanted to edit to the music, I wanted the gameplay to reflect the music, complement the soundtrack. Steven says, love the game. Okay. We might need to check out that Indiana Jones. Does look fun. I've been hearing things like it's like Uncharted, but with Indy. And I'm okay with that because I love the Uncharted games. Some of my favorite shots during the benchmark segments is in this video. More Apex Legends. Far Cry 5 in the house. I love this shot here. Look at that, y'all. I mean, that's all me. That's manual camera movements with me and my Canon, my T6i. This video did numbers when I first published it. Many viral for this video too. That video, the Fortnite video.
Overclocking.
Oh, beautiful. See, look at that.
Overclocking.
Nice.
Now I know it's not for everyone, but
how do you go from that to that?
Overclocking.
Beautiful.
Now, I know it's not for everyone, but I personally enjoy overclocking my hardware. It's something about the gamble of getting those extra frames or unlocking extra performance. So with that said, how well did the GTX 1650 Super overclock?
Again, nice and focused. Overclocking was fun. We did some fun things here too with the overclocking montage, but just overall presentation, I mean, it's totally different. You know what I mean? Oh, nice, Steven. Definitely go for it. Pull the trigger, fam. What resolution and / refresh rate are you running your games at? Do share with us. Having a little fun there again, just splicing in the overclocking. I mean, we might even get back to this. Look at that. Spinning in the chair with the graphics card, right? We're overclocking. Who else was doing that in 2020, y'all? Nobody.
Plus 200 on the core and plus 400 on the memory, and that's
beautiful
having a firm
overclock.
grasp or understanding of what it is.
But this
Take the time
soundtrack
to respond to each and every one of your comments.
Right. So I just kind of, went off
all
and just
hanging
kind
around
of
the
talked
high
about,
90s on
you know
average.
what I mean?
And then in graphically demand.
Okay, let's do that. But yeah, so you know what I mean. That's essentially it. You know, we just kind of talked about the graphics card towards the end of the video. Right, free performance on overclocking. I'm a big time overclocking fan, although I'm super duper amateurish at it, if that's even a word. But man, this video was fun, and even watching this got me wanting to get back. You know, we reviewed the RTX 4070 Super, and I have a few graphics cards that are sitting right there that the producer won't let me share with y'all, but they're sitting right there, and a few other projects too. You know what I mean? But 1440p and 4K, 4070 and 7600 XT, beautiful. Nice. Yeah, I'm sure Indiana Jones looks great. Either of those two resolutions, man. Either of those two resolutions. But yeah, again, this video from there just went, we just took off and grew to, the beautiful mixed group of enthusiasts and budget friendly and what have you, gamers. But yeah. So that's it, man. That's our first 48. Our first 40-something videos or 48 videos, maybe. And at the end of the year, we'll go over the next 48. We'll do the next 100, and we'll start early because my goal was to give you all time to bring the new year with your loved ones, as I will be doing the same. But you all are a part of that extended family. And everybody who's been a part of that journey in the past 5 years, 6 years, currently, and even in the future, as we will probably be reacting to this live stream at the end of the year in some way or fashion, or who knows when we look back. I won't set any goals because we're just going to let the year ride out, you know what I mean? And it would play whatever hand that's dealt to us, you know what I mean? But definitely Mrs. Mod says Happy New Year. Shout out to Mrs. Mod, you know what I mean? Holding down the stream. And you just support me as a content creator and as a friend and as a husband. And I appreciate her for that. And I appreciate all of you, most importantly. But yeah, so I won't get emotional. And 10 minutes to the new year, at least here on Eastern Standard, times. But if you got a little time to kill before the new year, there's plenty of links down in the description box below. You can catch up on some of the current content. You saw how some of the older stuff played out. You can see how some of the newer stuff plays out. If I had more time, I would love to play the newer stuff, but they're there, and I highly recommend you give them a watch wherever you are in your journey as a PC gamer. There's a lot of information out there that you could either share with other viewers or that I may have missed when I'm covering a particular piece of hardware or I'm covering a topic or context you could add to the conversation that may help someone who's on the fence with switching over into getting into PC gaming. That's our focus. That's the primary mission here with the content on this channel. And that's going to be
the mission and primary focus going into 2025 and beyond. I'm in this for the long run. I know you all heard me say that in one of the videos we reacted to, and I meant it. You know what I mean? I'm in this for the long run, and wherever the next phase of this journey takes me, I sure as hell hope you all are there, you know what I mean, to guide me as a creator. All creators, we are nothing without the community we serve. I'm a firm believer of that, and I've always said that, and I stand by that. You know what I mean? So 2024 has been a learning experience. I've made mistakes. I've had successes. I've had failures. You know what I mean? I could have been better at a lot of different things, but I continue to press on, and I will continue to press on into the new year, because what we've started, this community, this content, me as a storyteller, me as a creator, what we started can only go up from here. And Happy New Year to you, Steven. It's good to see you, brother. I don't think we've had the opportunity to engage in any other forms of content, and I normally don't go live here on this channel. Most of the time when we're going live, we're playing games like Dark Souls. I'm sucking over at Dark Souls and some other games we're going to live stream here. So if you're into that, just follow the links down in the description box below at SMT Gaming. That's the live streaming channel. But yeah, y'all, I mean, 5 minutes before the New Year's is officially here, and here East Coast bound. And this live stream has been fun. I wasn't sure how it was going to turn out, how many people turned out. I haven't been live on this channel in a while, but I said even if one person shows up or if no person shows up, this has to be said. It has to be put in the universe. And it's not about where you started that matters the most, but how you finding that fuel to keep going, because it's not about the destination, it's about the journey, and I'm here to ride that. But all right, y'all, we're gonna ride it out. Happy New Year. Like this stream on your way out if you haven't. Appreciate you subscribing, Steven. Welcome to the channel, welcome to the community. You know what I mean? I do sure hope to catch you in more content. You know what I mean? Shout out to our replay fam. You know what I mean? Can't do it without y'all either. It's been a heck of a ride, 2024, man. Heck of a ride, y'all. Heck of a ride. But yeah, y'all, it's been fun. It's been real. None more than I love to stay for another 4 hours. But we're going to go ahead and let the beat take us out of here and spend the last few minutes with your loved ones. Happy New Year's from the MetaTech family. We'll catch you in the next one.